So hopefully you all enjoy this idea, and we'll try and mix it up a little bit compared to other collection videos, because this will, you'll see my reaction to the condition of the game in person, but more so, I will show you all the prices that I paid. Now this first one, I already know this one is brand new, but this is kind of a low-key secret that I'm about to ruin. But I have no problem doing that, because it gives somebody the opportunity to actually go do this yourself. But this game is pretty affordable if you know that they're still selling it brand new, which is Undertale for PlayStation Vita. So if you go on eBay looking for this right now, I believe they're going for $50, $60, something like that. The last time that I checked, at least. And I don't think people are aware of the fact that the publisher Fangamer that actually is creating a physical copy of this, it's still on their website for $25 or something. Same for PS4 as well. So yeah, this was actually a buy where I saw it and I was like, whoa, I gotta pick that up right away. Next up, I'm gonna try to remember the prices that I paid for these as well. I'll include them on camera, but I'm gonna try offhand to remember. Oh, this is another brand new one. Okay, so this is Wadham. This is a game where I already finished it, platinumed it, wanted a physical copy, especially because it's just such a unique, interesting game. It's from the same creator of Katamari Damacy, which I love those games. And this is such a funny, unique box art. And this game actually has 3 alternate arts. So there's the sushi, sun, and then an egg, I think. Now, I know I'm a collector. Why didn't I get all 3? I have my limits. I'm not going to get 3 copies of the same game, but I did want to get the little sushi because that is, it's just such a good box art, and it's my favorite one. And I love salmon, too. Basic, but it's my favorite one. This is actually also a brand new game. Let's see if we can get the new stuff out of the way. This would be a PlayStation 5 copy of Control Ultimate Edition. Now, like Wadham, I already finished it. Already got the Platinum. This game was available on PlayStation Plus, the Ultimate Edition, by the way, so you could get it on PS4, eventually get that PS5 copy. Why did I do this? Same deal. I really enjoyed the game, wanted to support Remedy. There we go. I mean, anything PS5 at this point, obviously I'm, the collector in me is going, oh, new platform, I get to fill up the shelf. And so that's kind of what I'm doing. Wait, this one's new too. We'll do this one. And this is actually going to be a warning as well. Assuming that it's still in stock by the time I upload this. I'm not sure when I will upload this video. Jesus. GameStop. What are you doing? Yeah, it's from GameStop. Doom 3 VR Edition. This was recently announced, and GameStop is the only place to get a physical copy of the game. And it's cheap too, 20 bucks. So yeah, totally pick this up. If they still have it in stock, that would be something where I have a feeling this is probably going to shoot up in value right away. Not right away, but once it's gone and people know that there was a physical copy, or they find out about it, they'll be like, oh, I should have picked that up. And the values will start to increase. I think from this point forward, we've got nothing but used stuff. This is probably a Vita game. Oh no, it is the wrong game, actually. Okay, interesting. Well, I'm glad that I opened this in time. I will have to inform the seller about their mistake, because I actually purchased, I intended to purchase Doko Demo Isio, the Toru Inoue game, the first Toru Inoue game. And that is a game that comes with, when it launched, only in Japan, because the Sony cat, so to speak, the mascot, that's only a Japan thing, never really came to the West or was a big deal outside of Japan. That game was first packaged with the Pocket Station, which is kind of Sony's OG first run at a portable, but it's also like a little memory card too for the PS1. Really fascinating game, wanted to get it, has excellent box art, and this is not that title. So I will have to reach out to the seller and hopefully get that taken care of. Next game. This one is from Japan, and it is probably, I'm hoping this one's correct. There we go, now it's free. Final Fantasy X-2, one of my favorite Final Fantasies. I'm one of those people. I love this game, and this is the Japanese version. Now, there's no English. I'm not very good at Japanese, and this would be a very complicated game to play in Japanese. Extremely complicated. I'm hoping someday I will have enough fluency to actually go through it, but I really want to pick up a physical copy. I believe the Chinese version actually does have English, and the prices for that, if there was one listed, because there's not much population for this on eBay, it was like $70 to $90 or something. I'm okay picking up the Japanese version and someday eventually being able to play. It's kind of like a small little motivator and goal for me personally. But yeah, my Japanese is not that good to play a game like that. This game is Rayman Origins. So, PlayStation Vita launch title. I'm pretty sure it's a launch title. Very cheap. Brand new, obviously. For a brand new game, it was very cheap. And, I mean, obviously at this point, you should all know, Vita stuff, it's going to get really expensive now. And as more time presses forward, even though it's cheap, I did want to pick this up. But yeah, Vita stuff, I think we'll probably focus more on that if we do another one of these videos. I've been meaning to get it for a while, though. This one is, hey, one of my Doko games showed up. So this one is, I don't remember the exact name specifically. I want to say exactly twice. But this is the PSP Toro game. I believe this was the first one that came out. Toro's a little more, I want to say more simple and more straightforward, but it would still probably be very difficult with not some very good Japanese. Oh no, the UMD is falling off. Oh gosh. Oh, actually, it's like super loose. This is gonna need a replacement case. It like does not hold it at all. Yeah, it doesn't want to hold. Oh Jesus. Doesn't want to hold it whatsoever. I'll have to get a replacement case for that. But also PSP is a platform I want to focus on as well. So PSP, Vita, PS1, and by the way, we'll definitely be buying stuff outside of PlayStation for this series. You know, clearly I do have a preference to PlayStation. I like collecting for all PlayStation platforms, but I am a game collector through and through. So actually, I think this one is our expensive one. So I will be buying games of all platforms, which this is our example of what I'm talking about here. Oh boy. So this was, and I'm not happy about it, $170. I think that was the auction, so it was actually a little bit more. It probably came out to like $190. But it's a copy of Pokemon Coliseum. You know, young me really hates myself for, well, I can't blame young me, right? Because when you're a kid, the only way to buy games is to sell games. The disc is okay. I don't know if you can see it. It's tough for a GameCube game because the disc is so small. It's got some abrasive, light scratches, but it should be playable. If it's not, we're gonna have a problem. Yeah, 170, so probably like 190 taxes and shipping. Now look, it's a good example copy, no doubt. It's a really clean copy of Coliseum. You can't be wrong about that. I honestly have no interest in picking up that separate Celebi event disc. That's where you're getting into the 400 plus range. If it comes with Coliseum, I don't know, maybe separate, it's like $200 something. Either way, it's it's not something that I don't care that much for. But I'm a huge Pokemon fan, if you haven't noticed from all the Pokemon stuff that's always in view of the videos. And this is one where got rid of it when I was a kid. I'm happy to have it now though. That's our expensive game. But we do have a few others that were costly here. Oh yeah, this was like, why not? It's a brand new copy of Luminous Plus. So I love the Luminous games. First came to PSP, then we got one on Vita, 360, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4 got a remaster. Really fun game. This title actually launched in 2007, so this particular PS2 case has no memory card slot holder, I believe, but yeah, late life cycle PS2 game where these are super cheap. It was like $7 something. Like, why not? For a game that's one of my favorite franchises. This is Heavenly Sword. Yeah, I did not have Heavenly Sword. Thank you. Well, you got a nice little advertisement. I don't mind putting that up there. So, this is a nice copy of Heavenly Sword. Really clean. Yeah, I didn't have this one. And I'll tell you, for PlayStation 3, where I have such an affinity for that platform, and such a fondness for it. I've been collecting a lot of games that are in that 2006, 2009 era before the box art change. This was one of the early PlayStation 3 exclusives, Ninja Theory. I remember the old PS3 versus 360 conversation, and a bunch of PS3 fans were like, but wait, Heavenly Sword, Heavenly Sword. We also have Lair. These games came and gone. Nobody really cared too much about them. Heavenly Sword wasn't bad though, just short. Ninja Theory game too. Sony owns the IP though, so if they wanted to do another Heavenly Sword, they certainly could. Here is our second expensive game, Ridge Racer for PlayStation Vita. This one was $70 brand new, and honestly, I wasn't even trying to buy it brand new. I would have been okay buying a used copy, except at the time that I bought it, there was none. None in population on eBay. So here's a new copy. I believe this is also a launch title. If not, it was very close to PS Vita's launch, and this is kind of a, I believe, largely an online game actually. I don't even think there was like a single player campaign. And it's one of the last Ridge Racers that we actually got. In this one, we have Unit 13 for PlayStation Vita. This one is a used copy. Also a launch title. This was Zipper Interactive's last game. RIP Zipper Interactive. I think it was their last title. All these things are off the top of my head, but sometimes, you know, I'll get dates wrong or something like that. You'll have to forgive me. But we do have Unit 13 here. And yeah, working on the Vita stuff, as you can see. But that is everything. So there we go. That's everything laid out with one game that we didn't intend to get, which is Pac-Man World. I don't think we actually acknowledged that when we opened it. But yeah, let me know if you enjoy something like this in particular, because the random lot stuff, we can't do that forever. So this is kind of my sequel idea to that, right? You can still see prices and reactions to what was purchased. And I am quite pleased, but gosh, the prices are... oh, it's tough. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you haven't yet, please subscribe for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan. And that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. So without further ado, let's break into these. And I know there are some new titles in here, like brand new, sealed, that are kind of recent. So we'll try and do those first, which I think these two are brand new. Definitely the Amazon one. I've only ever bought used games from Amazon once, and you all saw how that turned out. That was a video. Kind of a experiment to see how truthful some of those Amazon sellers are with the description that they list, because you're buying a game used and you don't know what's going to show up, which I hate. That's why I almost exclusively purchase on eBay, because I can closely examine the games that I'm buying. This is a brand new copy of Final Fantasy X-2, 10 and 10-2 with the HD remaster. So what's really sad about this is the trophy list for these games is shared across PS3, Vita, and also PS4 as well. So the PS3 and Vita versions launched day and date. The PS4 version came after, and this particular version would be considered the best one now, as it has increased texture resolution, and I believe the game just runs at a higher base resolution of at least 1080p. No PS4 Pro support or anything crazy like that, but the PS3 version's like, I don't know, is that also 1080-30 or 1080-60? Not entirely sure, but I know this one is the best version to play, so just having this on hand, so eventually, whenever I decide to replay these games again, which I most definitely will do at some point, I'll probably just play this version. And then also you saw the Vita version for 10-2 in the last video, which I'll also play that at some point. A lot of these games, it's just like, I love to have them in case I want to go back to them. Oh, this is damaged. This was from PlayStation Direct, actually, and this is how it showed up to me. Look at it. It showed up like this. Completely open. But the game's in there, I know that much. And it's from PlayStation Direct. I got a funny story about this. Okay, so it's Destruction All-Stars, the physical copy. $20 brand new. So if you've been following the game, of course, this was supposed to be a PlayStation 5 launch title at $70. Went to PS Plus for free. The online's really died down tremendously. Doesn't seem like the game will bounce back, but initially I bought this from PlayStation Direct because this was the first availability of a physical version, because we weren't sure if it was getting a disc release still. And so I kind of jumped the gun thinking, oh, maybe it'll only be from PS Direct. No, this is everywhere now. Walmart, Target, wherever you can find it, you can buy it. So in all likelihood, this will stay sealed, but really, this probably won't be worth a whole lot down the road. That was kind of like my, if you remember the last video, like Doom 3 VR edition, which is still only available at GameStop. I still think that game's going to hold values really well over time, so that was my line of thinking. That didn't quite work. Ooh, Virtua Fighter 5. Interesting. So the box art's really not good. It's like faded. The reason why I had bought this, and I actually had bought it prior to the announcement of the remake that's now part of PlayStation Plus. So, because some of these purchases, I now wait for them to get banked up because I know we're doing these now. So I bought this like a month and a half ago. And right now I'm like in the process of, I'm working on so many platforms in terms of collecting, but I really want to catch up on a lot of these 2006 to 2009 era PS3 games where you have the classic box art or the old PS3 Metafont logo is on the side. So, but right away I'm like, whoa, this box art seems to be a bit faded actually. It's weird. It's like an untone mapped HDR image. Unless there are some copies of the game that just look like that for whatever reason. I'll have to double check that. Now I'm interested. My curiosity is piqued. Next up, this one is... it has returned. If you caught the last time we did this video, this is our Doko Demo Isho. So, if you remember the last video, I ordered this, and instead I got Pac-Man World, I believe, on PS1. Also, the Japanese version. And disc is, oh my god, it's so clean. It's so clean. Nothing gets me going more than super clean, beautiful looking PS1 discs, because those are so hard to come by. Maybe it was resurfaced, but it, oh my god, it's immaculate. It's so good looking. Yeah, so this is great to have finally. The seller was very nice. Had no problem sending this back out. This is right on this is like a little sticker on the jewel case, by the way. That'll come off no problem. Now, if I want to complain about packaging, this one I'm not thrilled with. It's like right against the game. Everything is against the game. This could easily be damaged in transit, so if you're ever selling games online, don't do this. The game feels okay, but you want some cushioning, and also it's kind of, I don't want to, break it. So as I mentioned, for Virtua Fighter 5, same deal here. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, because some don't remember this game actually did launch on PlayStation 3. When you were playing on PS3 between 2006 to 2008 and 9, you were really looking to play anything, whether it was third-party games, first-party, even if it was the worst version of that particular game. I don't care. It's just I'm so into that stuff, and especially because PlayStation 3 is still a platform that I'm very fond of. This box art's a little bit offset, and also weird because now the seller put a sticker over this so it doesn't pop out. Let's see if it's not damaged actually, unless they psyched me out on that one. No, it works fine. Interesting. Good decision there. Poor decision on the packaging overall. But a very nice, very clean copy of Oblivion. I am liking that a lot. Very pleased with that purchase. Alright, let's see what this game is. I have a certain degree of... I kind of know what these are. Alright, here we go, Sonic the Hedgehog. Just like I was saying, it's part of that era of PS3 games. In fact, this was very early, close to launch. Not quite a launch title. Oh, I didn't spot that. There's a sticker right there, an old GameStop sticker, remnants of it. Not a problem, that can come off just fine, but I don't know why, because I know this is like a terrible Sonic game, but for whatever reason I was like, I want this game. And I had really no rationale behind it other than because it's so bad. So I was like, yeah, I didn't have that one. I had to double check actually and reference all the PS3 games I have, and I'm like, oh, I don't have it. I gotta grab that terrible part of Sonic's history, which Sega likes to act like that game didn't happen, but it most certainly did. Now see, good packaging. Oh, I'm loving it. You can see it already. Blinks the Time Sweeper for the original Xbox. I am all about them 3D platformers. Oh, I'm loving what everyone's just taking such good care of these games when they're getting shipped out. This is a beautiful. Let's see what the disc looks like. Yeah, you can see some slight. I think those could actually come out. It's just a little bit of There's some slight surface scratches, nothing terrible. I'm sure it's playable. But yeah, wanted to get blinks because I did not have this game actually. I think I rented it back in the day. So, and I wasn't buying a whole lot of Xbox stuff because you all know I mostly play on PlayStation. But that doesn't keep me away from 3D platformers. And I believe I rented it a long time ago. I never actually owned it. And a lot of those games from the 6th generation, like I've said before, you had to, when you're younger, you sell games to get games. Next up, this one is additional for the Toro series. I already recognize this packaging. Hey, so this is Toro to Mori Mori, Toro Let's Party. And I think this was the first, or the second, either the first iteration of a full disc-based Toro game, or, because technically there was a Toro, like, PlayStation Network download, which was free to play. You could just download it, and it was like a news show where every single day the news would change, and that was the first Japanese game where I did 100% trophies, because all you had to do was just log in and kind of like look through the news. But yeah, this is a Toro party game. Very excited to have this one as well. We'll probably keep working on the Toro franchise. There's a ton of games in there. PSP Siphon Filter Dark Mirror. Yeah, I wanted to grab this too. I wanted this for the longest time, actually. This is like the case of like I'm getting so overwhelmed with how many platforms I want to work on, but and then I kind of like second guess myself, like, oh wait, maybe I should grab a PSP game too. Like, it's just a little bit of everything, right? And I think that's what you're gonna find when we do these. You know, I don't know, maybe we'll do one of these every single month or something like that, but it's always a mix of platforms, because sometimes I'll be like, oh, I want to grab a PS1 game. Oh wait, I haven't bought a PSP game in a long time, so I kind of try and balance it out a little bit, but then sometimes like PS3 will get the extra preference there. But Siphon Filter and many other PSP games that I am looking to grab, and I think there's one other PSP game in here. Let's try and find it actually. Yeah, I think it's this one. No, it's not. It's my Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. Bought this because we're very close to Mario Golf Super Rush for the Switch, coming out at the end of June. And I'm so pleased to see that there is another Mario Golf game coming. I know everybody's looking for strikers and other strikers. Not really into soccer or football, as most of the world likes to call it, but golf game's the one thing I can really get down with. But it's like, well, no, I enjoy Tiger Woods as well. But I was about to say, most sports games, or most golf games rather, I always like when it's some other weird, different, well, not weird franchise. Mario is very well known. This disc is, yeah, not in the best shape though. But this game isn't trading for that much, actually. I think I paid $30-something for this one, but it's another GameCube game. Working on this one as well, slowly. There's not a whole lot that I need for GameCube, but at the same time, your money doesn't go far on GameCube, as does a lot of these games, which I think some people are misinterpreting the prices for these games, especially when sometimes I send out a tweet about game prices. It's mostly NTSC. I understand that PAL games are much cheaper, Japanese games are much cheaper. It's the NTSC that collectors are usually going for, where the prices are getting absolutely absurd. So I'm not thrilled about it, especially because I would prefer the NTSC version of some games, although you can see that I'm fine buying the Japanese version sometimes, if the price difference is big enough. And this game is actually pretty affordable, because it's dumb. It's Bionicle. I don't know, I grew up with these, I really like Bionicles, and it's a game where I'm surfing through eBay, and for some reason it was in like the related section. And I was like, there's a Bionicle game? I don't know how I didn't know about this or forgot about it, but I was like, alright. I mean, it's like, what, $10 or something? I'll jump into this for like 2 seconds and see what it's all about. Maybe I'll actually play it from start to finish. A lot of these like licensed PS2, GameCube, Xbox games, I mean, you remember all these back in the day. They weren't very long either, so I figured why not? And it's like in great shape for some weird reason. One of these, I don't know which one it is. It's taken us a while to get to it. I think it's this one because it's very nicely packaged, but one of our very expensive games. God, would you imagine if I cut right into it? Wow, I mean, quite theatrical. This has got to be the game I'm looking at here, or looking for. It is. This is a brand new copy of Folklore for PlayStation 3, but there is a catch. So, I'm mad with myself that I didn't buy it like a few months ago, because literally at the start of this year it was, you know, trading for $30, $40, which was reasonable given that this is a very low volume game. There's not much inventory on the resale market. It's I guess you consider it definitely one of those hidden gems on PlayStation 3, where and it's the quintessential early life cycle PS3 game where, you know, it didn't sell all that well. It was kind of like mixed. I know it reviewed well in some places, but other places were like, yeah, this game's no good, or it's kind of weird. I really enjoyed the demo back in the day. I never picked it up. So the catch with this brand new copy that cost like $120 something, which I think was fair given the circumstance, is that it actually has some damage. So you can see right here, the UPC code was burned out, and so and you can see the little stuff right here, marker or whatever. So the story behind this game and what I've come to realize for a lot of these titles, because I ran into a bunch of these in my own library, where I've found them and I'm like, why is the UPC code messed out or punched out or whatever? It's the retail games or internal. Look, you can actually see it right there, branded integration inventory or whatever. Basically, this was a game that was given out to employees in some way, shape, or form, whether it was at retail or to Sony employees internally. And what they do is they burn out the UPC code or whatever. They damage it so that the employee can't return the game at retail or whatever and get a full refund. Basically, when you're given this game, they say, here you go, you have to have it and you have to enjoy it as a game. Actually, another title that I have, and you're gonna think this is funny too, I bought this a while ago for $80, I think. A brand new copy of Joe's Diner on PlayStation 4. If you remember, this is the one game where it does not work through PlayStation. Well, it didn't work through PlayStation 5 backwards compatibility. It was one of like 11 games. Everybody was laughing, saying, "Oh no, what are we gonna do now that we don't have Joe's Diner through backwards compatibility?" Then it got patched. Joke's on you. You can play it now. This one is brand new. You can see it's sealed, and it's completely sealed. But under the seal, we've got the code punched out there. So this was also a free game given out at some point. I believe the description of this listing did say this went to a Sony employee. It was like $80, and I was like, that's a pretty interesting piece of history. So I jumped on it. And that's the kind of stuff I buy that you don't see in videos. But now we'll start doing this, of course, because it seems like you all really enjoy it. So, we got Folklore. I'm very pleased to have this, and I have no problem. I plan on opening this to play it. So, I think some might be like, oh, don't do that. It's got a cool history, but I definitely intend on playing that, especially if the prices stay where they're at right now. I don't want to have to go out and buy another copy for, you know, let's say $60, $70 or something. They do seem to be stabilizing. Maybe they'll come down, but I don't know. I can't predict that stuff. There's certain trends where you can predict it, but I'll wait and see what happens. I'm not going to play it right away. So for now, it will stay sealed. Frogger Helmet Chaos on PSP. One thing you may not know about me, I'm a huge fan of the Frogger franchise, so I don't really care that this is considered a bad game, or, you know, I mean, a lot of the Frogger games are not very good unless we're talking about the original, but I don't care. I like this a lot. One of my favorite games is Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge on PlayStation 1. A Dark Cloud. Ooh, this is looking a lot more gross than I thought it would from the eBay pictures. I always scan the picture pretty meticulously. This needs some cleaning up for sure. But it's Dark Cloud. Working on a lot of that sixth generation stuff. So, oh, this just needs a new replacement case that's kicked off right there. This looks okay. I'm sure it's playable. Yeah, this is just another one where pretty affordable, really good game, early life cycle PS2 game. If you if you had a PS2 back then, chances are you at some point picked this up, rented it, did whatever with it. Yeah, it's an early great game for sure. All right, here are all of our recent pickups laid out, and I guess I'll start seeing you every month or so for something like this. Like I said, I'm always buying stuff, so I'll start letting these purchases stack up, and then we'll showcase about 14, 15 games. Always interesting titles, things that are really rising in value. Maybe they have an interesting history, games from my childhood that I want to pick back up. Whatever the case may be, I'm always buying this stuff. So it'll be fun to go through it together alongside the random eBay lots, which we'll still mix one of those in every now and again, but we'll probably start doing something like that moving forward. But thank you so much for watching. If you haven't yet, please subscribe for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube, including random, unboxings like these. Well, this wasn't random, but you know what I mean. We're always doing different. We're always taking things out of boxes now. And you can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan. And that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. So, like we did before, we'll try and look at the new stuff first, which Amazon is always new stuff. Also, I've had some pickups that were like in store, which some of these are still sealed just because I haven't played them yet. And I don't know why, but I just leave them sealed until I play them. But these will get opened eventually. We've got, I just got these actually. Mario Kart 8, FF7 Remake Intergrade, and Subnautica Below Zero. Love the first Subnautica. I just went through the original Final Fantasy VII on PS4, the remastered port, so to speak, but it's principally still the PS1 game. I forgot how wild the game gets past Midgar, so I'm excited to jump into Integrate at some point. And then Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I know everybody and their grandmother has this, but I was actually piggybacking off of my friend Terrell's copy, so I finally decided to go buy my own at that point, because it's not going to really get much cheaper. But I picked up those, and then, oh, hold on, digital hauls as well, which I know sounds a little bit strange. We don't do that too often here, but I did want to pick up some of the very last Vita games that have ever been released on the PlayStation Store. All of these, actually. I think this was like $40 something. Wanted to support the last developers on PlayStation Vita. Had to do it. Haven't started those yet, but I will probably do that this coming weekend. Now, the Amazon's definitely a new game, and I think that's one of the only new ones in here, if I'm not mistaken. But for Amazon, and I have forgotten a lot of these at this point. LA Noire. Okay, so this was cheap, actually, very cheap. I wanted to get this because I've still never actually played it, and you may have noticed in the background sometimes I have LA Noire on Nintendo Switch, which is not really like an ideal place to play it. And I haven't played it on the Switch, by the way. But sometimes, how I got that copy was sometimes me and Terrell will, like, if games are on sale and they're, like, super cheap, we'll pick up, like, 2 copies and then just, hand one to the other person. And that's kind of what we did there. He just gave me that copy of LA Noire because it was so cheap, which I appreciate, but probably for my first time play it on PlayStation 4. And I remember back when this game came out on PS3 360, it's still to this day one of the most gorgeous looking facial animations. It's so believable. I can't believe how good it looks. And to this day, and it's a big part of like the game because you're a detective trying to read people's faces if they're lying, telling the truth. It's still one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in a game. So I wanted to pick that up because it was so cheap. And I think from this point forward, everything is going to be an older, used game. So we'll see what this one is. It's my Need for Speed Rivals, a launch PSP game. This was the only PSP game I bought at launch day. 2005 is when I was definitely young, couldn't afford to buy a lot of things. And PSP was actually, I guess in fairness, PSP was the last platform where it was like a cutoff for me being so young that I had to sell games to get games. Like at a certain point, I started keeping everything I bought, which was 360, PS3, and up essentially, and Wii. But PSP would be that last platform where I sold games to get games, and I wanted to grab this one again. Really loved Rival. Spent a lot of time with this. Next up, we've got, I'm guessing, a GameCube game. There's definitely 2 or 3 of those in here. I think I might be right. Metroid Prime 2. Yeah, this is a little bit up there, right? This is definitely not a cheap old game, but then again, GameCube prices are kind of nutty. Although I will say that for the Metroid Prime series, or the trilogy rather, we do have a circulating rumor, and it's kind of what seems like more of an open secret that there is a completed Metroid Prime trilogy on Switch that's just kind of sitting and waiting to be released at the right moment, which, you know, that may or may not have much movement on the prices of the outgoing games. Oftentimes that's not always like a huge giveaway that game prices are going to suddenly drop for some of those classics, and well, Prime 2 still, you know, floating around the 60-70 range, and I mean, this is just such a really gorgeous looking copy of the game. And usually if I'm going to be spending, you know, more than $60-70, definitely upwards of $100, I will take my precious time finding a really good listing for before I decide to, you know, commit to paying that much. And also we've got more Metroid coming in here. I know that much. This one got a nice little pull tab. Love that. Ooh. We've got Morrowind. Yeah, so this is actually your only console option for The Elder Scrolls 3, and you might have saw recently that I bought Oblivion on PlayStation 3. I will always, more often than not when it comes to multi-platform stuff, obviously I tend to buy it on PlayStation, and for Oblivion I, you know, made the case of like, I kind of like that period of 2006 to 2009 on PS3 where even a lot of those third-party games are justifiably like not the best versions of those games. And I bought, if you noticed, I bought the very first edition of the game coming out. So there's a Game of the Year complete edition of Oblivion on PS3 and 360 that you can get with all that extra content. I want what looks like the very first printed run of that game. But Morrowind, back to this, your only option is Xbox, and I'm totally cool with that. This is a fantastic title, and it's still, I think it holds up pretty well for the most part. And I didn't have this one, so I figured, yeah, we'll add this to the collection as well. It's super beefy, by the way, with this ridiculously thick manual. Yeah, still has all the paperwork. I'm never usually too big of a stickler when it comes to if the manual is there or not, but again, if I'm going to be paying a somewhat decent amount, or at least market value for some games, I would prefer it to be there. Oh, a new copy of We Happy Few. I forgot I bought this. Okay, so like I said, there are some games in here where I totally forgot that I had purchased some of these. Yeah, We Happy Few is super cheap, like $13-something brand new, and this was on eBay actually, so that's why it wasn't, I forgot, because usually if I look at Amazon, I know that's where it's going to be new in all likelihood. But We Happy Few, I remember when this was first debuted during, I think it was Microsoft's E3 2014-15, somewhere around there. I really loved the aesthetic of it, just because it looks like BioShock, and then I believe it's, once the news came out that it wasn't like a true narrative style game, everybody kind of fell off and didn't care much for it. I still want to jump in and give it a shot, so picked that one up because it was, again, really cheap. Ooh, PS1 game. Definitely picking up some of these as well. This is Spider. Spider, the video game, if you can make that out. It's so small. I don't think the camera's going to focus that easily. Yeah, Spider, the video game. I think when it comes to... I oftentimes feel like the phrase hidden gem is thrown around a lot when it comes to like some of these games that you think are like not that well known, but a lot of people know about it. Spider is a game where I think, yeah, oh my god, the disc looks so good. This is one where I think, yeah, nobody actually is that familiar with it. You play as a spider. unsurpringly. And I don't know, it's just it's quirky. It's definitely like, it's not a bad game, by the way. It's not. Although I don't remember playing it that much. And for PS1 games, it's like you go back to them and you think, oh, this doesn't hold up nearly as well as I remember it holding up, or as much fun as I remember having back then. But again, Spider is one where I feel like not a lot of people are aware of that game's existence. I think that was like $30 or $40, so the values on that one have held reasonably well. Here we've got, yes, I did not know that this game existed. In fact, excuse me, I did know this one existed. I believe there is another Yu-Gi-Oh game in here. So let me rephrase that. I am well aware of the Duelist of the Roses, but I kind of went down a rabbit hole like a few weeks ago whenever I bought this, where there were certain Yu-Gi-Oh games I knew they existed, but you see in the recommended section like all these other games that are good job by the seller. There's just like there's more Yu-Gi-Oh games than I thought. So I don't know if they're in this batch or I've got another batch that's already piling up, but yeah, I'm surprised at how many Yu-Gi-Oh games there actually were, because I thought I kept up with these growing up. A few of these I had, some of these I didn't. I never had Duels of the Roses, so I would like to spend some time with this, even though it's not really like, I believe this is also still not like a traditional. It's not like the normal card game. It's look at the ultimate tactical card battling game. I don't think this is like a normal, 5-lane, spell and monster. Like Forbidden Memories, right? Like that's not a normal, like you can like fuse cards immediately, and I always thought that was weird, but I do have that one. So now I'm wondering where the other games are. Since I'm speaking too far ahead of time, apparently. This is, hey! It's my correct copy of Virtua Fighter 5. I think that was in the last video too. Where I noticed it right away when I pulled it out of the box. I was like, why is the box art so faded? And yeah, this one is correct. So this art is not faded. And if I were to pull in the other video, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here, where it just like it was immediately faded. I don't know if it was like sun damage or whatever, but you would see in the manual, like manual was fine, disc was fine. I think even I think the spine and the back was faded too, so maybe it was printed after the fact. I'm not entirely sure, but I've got a new copy of that there. Well, a new to me copy. This is some good packaging. I don't remember this being I don't think there's like a really expensive game in this batch. I think Prime 2 is the most expensive game I bought here. It is, well, the first Metroid. Wow, this must have came from a high volume seller that's been doing this for a very long time. I cannot believe the condition of this, or the packaging of this game. Like when Metroid Dread was announced, I was like, oh yeah, I definitely got to go pick up some of the older Metroids. But for some reason, I kind of prioritized the Prime trilogy over some of the 2D releases, because again, 2 was expensive. The first one and the third one not too bad, and the case is really good actually. This is a very nice, clean copy of the game. There is a slight little sticker on there, not a sticker, like a slight piece of tape, if you can make that out. That would come off easy. Now, one of these in here, I'm waiting to see when it's gonna, here it is. Okay, so let me explain. BB and Tina at the Horse Farm. So look, this is a PlayStation 5 game. I'm aware of that. I see what's going on here. My disc is loose. Lovely. So let me put it this way, because I feel like some people also maybe misconstrue this. I almost always, when it comes to collecting games, will buy stuff knowing that I may not play it today or tomorrow or, in a year or two, but I'll eventually play it, right? I always think about a time where maybe I don't have to work nearly as much and, I have more free time and I can, play whatever I want out of my library. I think about that all the time. However, there are certain moments or games that spring up, and especially nowadays where game prices are kind of getting so ridiculous, where I will look at it and think I look at it through the lens of like, I feel like this might actually get really expensive very quickly if I don't pick this up. Even if I say didn't have an interest in playing it. So like, well, Doom 3 VR for PSVR, that's one where I wanted it right away. Undertale for PS Vita, the physical copy that was available on fangamer.com, like I knew that was going to go up in value like right away. But there are certain circumstances around PS5 so far where I'm like, there are some really good, high quality digital games that are not getting physical releases, not even through limited run. But you have weird situations like this. And I was talking to my buddy Terrell, I was like, I found this on GameStop.com. It was the very last listing of PS5 games, and it said in-store only. So I'm like, okay, you can't order it online. I've never even heard of this game. Went to eBay. There's one eBay listing with 4 quantities. And I thought, oh my gosh, like, is this like a super low volume game? Is this like random little, weird kids game gonna be really valuable one day to like a, PS5 collector that's looking to, complete a North American set, because we're seeing less and less physical retail games nowadays. So I don't know, it was like kind of a rash decision to buy this, and I asked Terrell, I was like, should I buy this? And he's like, I bet they print it like less than 10,000 copies. He's like, I would do it. And now this game is like, you can buy it for $10 on Amazon. Now it's everywhere, and I guess there's a few of these weird games getting printed. So to be honest, buying this was a mistake, and I will fully admit that. But my intuition isn't always right. But I was kind of like, for a split second, thinking like, what? I feel like there's a lot of PS4 games where like they shot up in value right away. They might not even be like great games, but for some reason they just didn't print many of them, and so if you want to get a copy of it, you really don't have much of a choice, right? I paid $80 for Joe's Diner. Who's really looking for Joe's Diner? I don't know, but a collector might. Here's our last Metroid Prime, Corruption. Yeah, this one I had actually too, and I don't know why, but I guess I got rid of it at some point because I was checking my Wii games and I can't find it. So not to contradict myself by saying I wasn't selling Wii games, but I don't know what happened to my copy, so this wasn't too expensive. I figured I'd pick this one up as well. I didn't see that in the auction. Oh, let's do this actually. I forgot. So this is really long, by the way. You might be wondering what this actually is. This is from the Video Game History Foundation, and so I thought this was so cool. Basically what they're doing is they're cataloging pretty much all the video game magazines out there, right? From the 80s up to like the 2000s, mid-2000s. And they've got this program where you can subscribe for like $15, $20 a month, and they'll send you one of their duplicates. So they've built up this warehouse of like, or this huge storage of like duplicate magazines after they, scan them and they just archive them. So for $15 something a month, they'll send you one of their extra copies, and your payment goes directly to this great nonprofit that's supporting the preservation of games. So I thought that's really appropriate given what we're doing here. Not sponsored, by the way. I just thought this was a really cool idea that I was like, oh, I'm going to sign up for that right away, because that's awesome. And I still have a lot of my old video game magazines too, and a lot of strategy guides as well. I used to keep a lot of strategy guides. So I thought we'd look at these for the time being, although I think oh, that's so cool, Nintendo Power. So I think they're running out of these actually. Last time I checked, they no longer have the monthly option. Now you can just do a one-time purchase of a 80s to 90s magazine or a 1000s magazine. So this one, it's got some Wii stuff obviously. So this one's around 2007, 2006, somewhere around there. Super cool. They give you a little certificate of authenticity. Kelsey Lewin and Frank Cifaldi. Really good cause. So if you're interested, go check out the Video Game History Foundation. They've still got single purchase situations where you can buy these. Actually, we'll take a look at it real quick. This is this thing's in wonderful condition. Look at this. This is so cool, man. This is another thing that I think about sometimes too, is like setting up a reading nook or something and having a bunch of these magazines kind of close by within reach. such a cool idea. I'm kind of upset that this is probably going to run out very soon and we won't be able to look at these for that long. I swear, this is the last time you're going to see Final Fantasy X-2 in these videos. I swear. So, the only reason why I bought this, because I have it, but I have a greatest hits copy. I know. One of my favorite Final Fantasies, I only have a greatest hits copy, so really this was really just a purchase of getting a black label. So now that I have it, I'm satisfied. We have the PS4 10 and 10-2 collection remaster. We've got Final Fantasy X-2, the Japanese copy on Vita, and now I've got my black label of X-2, so we probably won't be buying that anymore. Oh, the original Grand Theft Auto, I forgot I bought this too. This was like $20, $30 or something. PS1 is a platform that I kind of want to go nuts and just put in like $200-300 and just pick up some of the the well-known classics. But the problem is that $200-300 even for PS1 when we're talking about NTSC doesn't go very far. So GTA is one of the more affordable, well-known PS1 games, and I also find that this is like a very hard game to go back to when you've got that top-down view. But it's just such a classic. This is a very lovely copy of the game, and Grand Theft Auto is one of my favorite franchises ever. In fact, one of my well, I always say this, but my top 3 favorite games of all time is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Pokemon Gold, and Jak 2. In no particular order, but I do think I'm probably a bit more partial to Pokemon Gold out of those 3. But I'm a huge Grand Theft Auto fan. And then also, I think this was pretty cheap too. Crazy Taxi, maybe like $10 something, $10-15 if I'm remembering correctly. But I figured why not. Yeah, just another one where I ran into it on eBay and I was like, yeah, we'll add to cart. Well, with everything laid out here, I think we got a lot done. We completed a trilogy. I fixed a black label. I fixed that box art. I picked up a hidden gem. Made a mistake. Completed my Elder Scrolls console collection. So yeah, we got a lot done. Cool magazine. And then yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess the other one that I bought is piling up into another box because I don't want these videos to be obnoxiously long, but that will probably be next month's upload, which at this point we're like 2 months behind on some of the things that I've been picking up lately. But if you want to keep up with all that and stick around, you can subscribe for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates, and things like these. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan. And that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. So, yeah, the big stuff are, like, that's the thing, is that occasionally we've done videos for, this is like another accessory. Occasionally we've done videos for, like, when I buy PlayStation hardware and that kind of gets its own independent video, like a PS3 or a PSP Go or that aqua blue PS2. But obviously, like, standard accessories are mixed in there as well, so those can kind of fit the bill for when we open up a bunch of things. Actually, we always do new games first. Let's check out the Amazon Prime one. That's definitely a loose disc, so let's see what we got here, because I don't remember what this is. Oh. So, alright, yeah, see, now this is why, like, I didn't even remember it, because the last video was that was, like, the title of it, too. It was, like, I made a mistake buying BB and whatever Horse Farm PS5 game. I thought it was weird, and that was kind of, like, a reactionary, let me buy that before it, like, somehow becomes a weird, obscure, rare PS5 game. That was poor judgment. Then I saw many of you point this game out to me, which is called Crazy Chicken Shooter Edition Wanted Remake. $10 something, $10, $13. At this point, I'm in a rabbit hole, right? Like, I guess I'll start buying some weird, dumb stuff like this, if it's cheap enough. Certainly not going to spend $30 like I did for the Horse Farm game. However, that disc was loose. I was able to get that one back in. Every so often when I complain about the loose discs, there is a way to, like, get it to sit back in nicely, and it's kind of a pain. I know a lot of people have sent links to that. There's a few tutorials where you have to center it and kind of press in firmly on certain areas depending on the case that you're working with. I'm not going to open this, of course. It might be worth tens of thousands of dollars someday, so I will try and recenter that disc. But next up, we've got some exciting stuff, I'm sure. Oh, this is my, yeah. And this is like a trend. You're going to start seeing this stuff when it comes to like the things I buy, and also it relates to the things that I'm playing. So if you remember 1 or 2 months ago, I had mentioned how I went through Final Fantasy VII again, the original PS1 game, but there's the PS4 port, or I think it's the Steam port that then went to, no, it went to PS4 first, then it went to Steam. Either way, it's still the PS1 game. This is Final Fantasy VIII remastered loosely. This is still pretty close to like the PS1 game. I mean, it's closer to that than it is, say, a full-blown remake, so that's why they're calling it a remaster. I guess it's more in line with like, you know, a lot of those PS3 HD collections, right? But there is actually a handful of like new models and things like that going on, and the physical copy is only a PAL. Only in Europe they released a physical version. So I was actually this close to buying this on PSN before I realized, oh, don't do that. There's a physical version. I'll always buy that before the game's on, you know, on PSN. What do we got here? Dude, I've been waiting so long for this game to get cheap. So like, when Switch came out, like, this is the epitome of like, this should have been a pack-in. I'm sorry, it really should have been. And it's like one of the, like, I want to play it, but it's not worth $50. I'm not willing to pay $50. And this is kind of like what I always try and like tell people when it comes to like games that are coming out now for $70, or maybe you're fine with spending $70, but that has to be in relation to like the amount of content in the game. You know, only buy when you feel comfortable buying, and that's, you know, up to you to decide, you know, what's the price to, you know, gameplay time, how's it worth it to you, right? This feels like a pack-in game to me. I waited until one was on eBay for like $20, $25, and that was when I was like, all right, I guess it's probably not going to get much cheaper, so that's when I decided to dive into that one. This one's pretty loose. Oh, Dreams. This was from PlayStation Direct. It was on sale for $10. So the odd circumstance, every now and again, I'll buy a game digitally if I want to play it right away. And Dreams, I bought it when it was part of the early access on PS4. So, and this is when they said like, oh, only like 100,000 people or something like that could like pay for the early access version. But it was available the entire time, all the way through. And if you bought the early access, you were granted the full game. So I've had Dreams since its earliest availability. But of course, when it gets cheap enough, I'll buy the disc. And that kind of works vice versa for me, where if I am always buying physical games, if the digital version is cheap enough, then I will pay the like, you know, $5 to $10 to then have the convenience of digital, but then having the game on disc. It's not often I'll do that though. There has to be a serious delta of like the other version being much cheaper for me to finally do that. And this game, I think it's placed, oh no, it's GameCube? Yes. So the last video we talked about this. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! The Falsebound Kingdom. So this is what I was talking about. If you remember in the last one, I said I opened Duelist of the Roses. Now that's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game I'm quite familiar with. This, however, had no idea this was like a thing. So I picked this up as well. Let me see the disc actually on this. The GameCube games have been looking a little rough lately. This one's not too bad. It looks better than the past few GameCube games I've bought lately. But yeah, it's like I was just scrolling through eBay, was in the related for next to like Duelist of Roses, and this is when I found like 3 or 4 other Yu-Gi-Oh games I never heard of. So I thought I kept up with this franchise, but I guess I didn't. So I was like, oh well, I'll pick that up. Why not? And this one is super loose. There's like hardly anything in there. That's because, and again, you're gonna pick up on the trends here. So like if I'm playing, you know, one game, I might buy like the sequel or something like Final Fantasy, or the previous video where I bought certain things, and that relates to this next one, which is Bionicle for Game Boy Advance. So this was, I think, 2 videos ago where I bought Bionicle on PlayStation 2. And that was just kind of like a dumb little whimsical, like, oh, okay, like a licensed game, whatever. Usually they're super short and like kind of like, they're like not good. But I was into Bionicles as a kid. I liked using, like, well, what kid didn't like Legos? Although I had more Connects than I did Legos, which I feel like I'm one of the few children that got Connects before they got Legos. But I liked that, and of course I liked Bionicles. So I picked up the PlayStation 2 game. Haven't actually started it, but I'll get to that at some point. And then GBA games, same deal here, right? This is probably super short, and maybe it's like worth, you know, playing for an hour or two, and I'll see what that's like. We've got our Video Game History Foundation magazine for the month. We'll take a look at this. Like I said, we'll open these for as long as they have that program running. Oh, yes. And so this is what's so great is that they had to stop the program for the monthly 90s magazine. So now it's like you can pay monthly, but you can either get thousands or 90s. And or you can just buy the 90s magazines like straight up. And but you can't do it monthly, right? So I'm on the monthly program. Here is a monthly one. Same deal with the certificate of authenticity. But this is a very old Game Pro magazine with Star Fox on the front cover. This is so great. And these are, and look, they look really good. This is really, well, you've got some like clear aging and, you know, damage on the spine. Like somebody obviously flipped through this at some point, right? A little bit of creasing there, but that's, I mean, it's just so cool, right? How you can't not love this. Again, it goes right to the Video Game Foundation. It's more of a donation really than anything else. And for these two games, GameStop purchases, sight unseen, basically Gravity Rush Remastered, PlayStation 4, only available on Amazon when it was brand new, you know, sold out. At some point they were super cheap, like $10, $15, but once they're gone, and now the used market, they held their values quite well. And so last time I checked, complete in box, we're talking $60, $70. Maybe they're starting to come back down, but GameStop had them used, but GameStop is sight unseen with used copies. So I've got two here. We've got two shots for hopefully landing some good case and box art. You know, I need the box art more or less. I don't even know if there is an insert because most PS4 games don't have any, but we've got two shots here. One was full price at $60 used, which is not terrible if I get it complete. One of them was $30 because I kind of jumped the gun. I bought this one separately, which was kind of a dumb idea because they've always got like running promotions. So this one was purchased with a few things that I picked up in store. So this came out to like $30. So $90 for two attempts at a good copy of Gravity Rush on PlayStation 4. And this is some weird heavy-duty packaging. I'm seeing blue, so that's good. Da-da-da. Okay, we're safe. We're very safe. This is a nice copy. Oh, we got a sticker. That's fine. That'll come off easy, very easy. Just the Goo Gone. Remember, I always recommend that. It works quite well. And again, I'm not sure if there's an insert. Probably, I would imagine there's not. But there we go. Great copy of Gravity Rush Remastered on PlayStation 4. You always know it's a good disc when you can clearly see that lamp, that studio light. Excellent. Loving that. Now, do we have a spare one? Which wouldn't be a bad thing. It looks like we might. Yes, we do. Excellent. So, let's see. Examine this one closely. Same deal there. I'll fix that. Also a sticker, that's fine. Yeah, we are good to go. If anything, I really should have tried to go for a deal on this one where I did in-store pickups, but two good copies of Gravity Rush. I was a little bit nervous, but there were some good reports on Twitter of people ordering these, and they kept getting cases and box art. I normally wouldn't do that, but it was kind of like, why not go for it? Now, the accessories. This is where I still buy a lot of this stuff every so often. I mean, really, it's like, again, PlayStation hardware normally gets its own video. However, oddball accessories, like, they might show up when I'm using them for something in a video, but they're not going to get their own video. So this is where it'll be pretty interesting to look at this. USB mouse for PlayStation 2. Now I'm gonna, before we even look at this, let's also crack this one open. Because if you see that's a mouse, I'm sure you can pick up on what this is probably going to be. All the way from Japan, a PlayStation 2 keyboard, official keyboard. Those, some of you may not know, and I know it seems like it's more common knowledge that, yeah, like the PlayStation 1 had an official mouse, but PS2 had an official mouse and keyboard, and the box variants are what's notable here. So this one is retail packaging. This was sold to consumers. This was not retail packaging. This was, I believe, a part of the Linux kit for PlayStation 2. I could not find the retail packaging for this anywhere, or at least not an active listing, so it doesn't come up very often. But that's fine, right? We've got two kind of interesting takes on it, so we'll take a quick look at this. And the mouse, very rare. And it's practically new. And actually, I should maybe clarify. Linux kit for PS2, not retail Linux kit. So I guess this Linux kit, the mouse was sent to like universities and stuff like that. It's kind of, obviously it's like gross, but I don't really have a choice there. Like this was sent to like schools, universities, wherever else that wanted to buy these on sort of a, you know, more of a wholesale, like kind of a project like that. Some sort of business can order them. And then the keyboard. This was, again, retail packaging, so anybody could buy this. Oh, it looks much better than I thought it did, or that I thought it would from the pictures. You can see you've got English and hiragana characters all over it, but PlayStation 2. And the sad thing is, I did have this when I was younger. The standard US keyboard. I don't know where it went. I really don't. I think it just like got lost from when I moved into this apartment from my old house. But I did have this. There's not many of these floating around. They're usually like $80, $90, but wanted to grab that. We'll talk in a second here about, you know, why I got some of these. This, we've got two stands, official console stands. This is back when you had to pay for them when it came to PlayStation. Oh, hold on here. Thank you so much for your order. I appreciate it. Hope I get a good review. If there are any issues, please let me know. Well, that was very nice. Thank you. Packing peanuts. Oh boy. Thread the needle. Only one escaped. So this one is the official PlayStation 2 vertical stand. It's that iconic blue one that we've all seen, but the vast majority of us never actually had. I didn't know anybody with this thing. You'd see it in constant marketing materials, but you don't ever... I didn't know anybody that had one of these. And it wasn't really necessary. They even have a horizontal stand. There it is, that iconic blue. This one's in really good shape. So, despite the price, I wanted to get this one, and then also get the original box too, which is pretty cool for that. Another stand in here we'll crack open real quick. A brand new PlayStation 4, never been used vertical stand. Same deal, right? Always used in the marketing materials, but most people did not ever pick these up. It says it was, it still got the GameStop sticker, $20, but this was the only one available on eBay. So the price they had, I was willing to pay because it's brand new. That's what I'm really looking for, is really good examples of things like these, or the keyboard. So basically, the other thing that I like to hunt outside of typical game buying is there's a time and a place where eventually, once I have my collection set up better, and I know a lot of you want to see a full collection walkthrough, I'm not ready for that now because this place is not where I'm staying, and it's all mismatched, right? I got a shelf in here, I've got two more in the living room, I've got a huge rack with console boxes. It's all messy. eventually we all have that thing in our heads where like we're gonna, you know, end up somewhere where we know we're gonna be there long term. We'll set up our, you know, our game room and have everything exactly how we want it. And a part of some of these purchases are, what I would like to do at some point is kind of have a display cabinet of a kind of like a miniature PlayStation museum-esque kind of thing, right? I want to display hardware as it's presented with the marketing materials, right? So the classic PS2 stand, the PS4 stand, I believe this is a glossy black finish, so I wanted a new one, so I knew that it would be a pristine example of the console, right? And part of this is that I have a original PS4 launch model that is basically new old stock. It was opened. I did open it because there was a $10 PSN voucher in there, so I went and used that, but that console is pretty much untouched, which means that top portion of the console with this glossy black trim piece, which buying that used, they're all damaged. They're all scratched, they're all scuffed. This is clean, and I mean crystal clean, and that console is going to be displayed in a cabinet, so it's a nice, you know, again, it's an example piece of hardware. And same with all the accessories, right? Kind of like, again, kind of a PlayStation Labo, if you will, museum of all these PlayStation classic and rare accessories, you know, first run of the hardware, stuff like that. It's one of my secondary goals alongside all the game collecting that I do. Alright everyone, that's our haul for this video. Not as much games this time around, but we did put a good portion of the budget into, you know, stuff like this, and this is like the 4th video we've done. We'll probably keep doing them if you enjoy seeing things like this. So sometimes it will be a mix of games and, you know, again, accessories or weird, you know, peripherals that Sony offered at one point. If it's got some sort of cool, unique history, or if it's not well known, I sometimes really like to go for stuff like that. And yeah, we'll have a mix of all that stuff that'll be presented in future episodes of this little running series that we have. If you enjoyed, thank you so much for watching. You can subscribe for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube, and you should. You could also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. Welcome back, everyone, to another collection update, and this is where I just show you some of the games I've been buying. Some of them are new. A lot of them are going to be older, retro, things that I'm trying to add to my collection. And this one, it's you know, been a while, right? But I'd say this is about the same amount of games that I normally buy, because one of them is insanely expensive. But we always do new first, so let's do this, the Amazon Prime stuff. I try to avoid Amazon nowadays for new games, but sometimes I just don't feel like going to like pick up something at a local store. So this one, oh, that was on sale. Trover Saves the Universe. Sometimes this is the result of following Wario64 on Twitter, where he tweets out something, it's as low as like $10, $12, $13. I think this was like $13. You can't help it, but I did actually want to pick up some more PSVR stuff, because I think I don't even have like one row complete, which one row for me I think is 21 games on my shelf. So I do not have one row of PSVR games actually complete. So, and this is, yeah, Rick and Morty. The Rick and Morty game was funny, like really hilarious. That and, oh, what was it called? Accounting Plus. If you have a PSVR, play Accounting Plus. It's going to be the most fun 1.5 to 2 hours that you'll have in a long time. I can't talk, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm skipping over my words like crazy. But then again, I was never really an eloquent. Then again, I was never really an eloquent speaker. I speak too fast. It's my problem. I try to slow down. Hey, there's my Alan Wake, which I knew the disc was going to be loose on this one. I absolutely knew it. But that's fine. I'm going to open this anyway. You hate to see it. Yeah. I actually never played this on Xbox 360. It's one that I always wanted to get to. It was really surprising when Remedy was able to get back the rights to Alan Wake. That was pretty big news. And once that news came out, it's like, oh yeah, they're gonna ship that. You know, whether it's a standard, you know, HD port, or they're gonna do. See, I can't talk today. Whether it's a standard port or a full-on remaster, or I guess we'd call it a remake. Well, it says remastered. But sometimes if they go back and really redo visuals, that's where the lines are blurred between what's a remaster and what's a remake. I'd say it's bordering on remake. There's a decent amount of it done to it. Oh, this is silly. This is the result of some late night eBay hunting. Yes, you are looking at 2 copies of I Spy on Game Boy Advance, and they're new. And here's the background behind this. First up, these were like, yeah, it says $20. I don't know if that's I don't remember if that's what I paid, because again, some of this has been sitting for a bit. But it was cheap enough for me to be like, wow, it's so cheap for a brand new GBA game, which, depending on like how cruddy or shovelware-esque the game is, like there's plenty of brand new GBA games for, you know, $15, $20. But this game, it's here's how much of a absolute nerd, loser, whatever you want to call me. Here's how much I am of that. When I was in school, we would have like that book fair every like 3-4 months, or maybe it was annual. But they'd send you a catalog at home that you would flip through, and you know your parents would give you some spending money on like what book you might want to get. And in whatever year it was, in that book was I Spy Challenge. And of course, it didn't matter that I didn't necessarily care to play this game. I used my money to get this and not books. So I did play this, and I enjoyed it. I mean, who didn't like the I Spy books? They're fun. So I got one to open and use, and one to keep sealed, which, well, you'll see in a second for the other game, which, come on, we have to save that for... We're not going to jump into it right away. This game is my PlayStation Vita copy of Minecraft. I felt like I was going to say more. Minecraft PlayStation Vita Edition. I guess that'd be what you'd want to say. You really got to put a sticker on it. This is the only way to get a Minecraft cart version of on PS Vita. And I'm trying to collect more for Vita, but the prices are just so insane, man. It's getting to the point where anything on Vita is expensive. Anything. Maybe like the Lego stuff's kind of cheap. If it's cheap, it's like you're never gonna play it, and that's like the reality of Vita, where it did so bad at retail that all those games now, all of them, are just so expensive. Don't even try to buy limited run games unless you were there when you bought them for what limited run was charging you back then. It's nuts. Oh yeah, I did get this too. Crash Bash. Black Label. This is honestly, and no exaggeration, one of my favorite PS1 games. One of my favorite party games. And I would love to see them remake this. I would kill, honestly, for a remake. Wow, that's a really nice PS1 game. Look at that. You can see the light perfectly. Which you can see how amateur my studio light setup is. It's not even like a... I mean, it's a studio grade light, but there's no like box on it or anything like that. But I love Crash Bash. It's so fun. I actually did a Let's Play of this on my channel years ago when I used to do things like that. And that was like just so fun, man. It's a great party game. I really wish they would do a new one. Here we've got, oh yes! I was wondering what package this was in. Only Monica. If you have not played this game, I could not... Melissa's stepping all over the trash. I could not recommend it more. However, if you struggle with mental health, if you have certain triggers, I would avoid this. So not to give away too much, but this is the kind of game where you absolutely need to jump into it, even if you're not too into visual novels. And inside this case has a bunch of cool little trinkets and whatnot. So I was actually so happy when this was announced for PlayStation 5, and it was actually getting a physical release. Like, I never would have thought I'd be having or holding a physical copy of Doki Doki Literature Club on PlayStation 5. You know, it's just weird, but I'm glad that I have that. I wanted to actually play that for the 30 Platinums in 30 Days video, because I've already played it. So even though the Platinum is like 20-something hours if you like actually sit there and read everything. I could just auto skip through it because I don't need to pay attention to it, even though there is new stuff in there. Never got around to it. Oh, yes. And here's my copy of Bug Snacks, which, thank you. It's airtight. This is actually staying sealed. Yep, I'm going there. It's one of those things where it was on PlayStation Plus. Already played it. I loved this game. Absolutely adored it. It was just so fun and charismatic, and you know, it just goes in certain places and directions you weren't thinking. It's just so creative, and I just, big time. Big recommend. God, play it. I don't know why people are clowning on it so much when it was part of Sony's event, which I guess that's kind of expected when there's any sort of game on there that's not a big budget AAA, high caliber God of War 17 coming out. I get it, but my God, play Bug Snacks. So good. So yeah, I wanted to actually get a physical copy and keep that sealed, because it just means a lot to me. You know what, we're about the halfway point. Let's check out our monthly magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. See what we got this time. We're due for a Thousands magazine, so I'm guessing that's what this is. No, we got a GamePro. #1 video game magazine, Sonic and Knuckles. Oh my God, look at some of the headlines on this one. Mortal Kombat 2. Vortex, Maximum Carnage, Dynamite Stunt Race, Double Dragon, previews for Sonic the Hedgehog, Earthworm Jim, Virtual Fighter combos, Shaquille O'Neal and Shaq Fu. They're time capsules, man. It's just such a cool thing. Glad that we have this. Will not be opening that right now, but I am absolutely going to check that out later. No doubt, in my mind, I will be taking a look at that. I don't remember what some of these boxes are. Because, like, there's only, like, one thing in here that really needs a box. And, yeah, and by the way, it came like this. There was no seal. Look at how clean that is. So, well, I know something's in there, but, like, that's legitimately how this came. Okay, that's one way to do it. Ah, yes. First off, there's a shipping label in there. Danganronpa Trilogy. You know, this is one of those situations where, admittedly, I'm not, like, dying to play this. I'm not. But, you just have to know at this point, or you should certainly pick up on this fact, which is, if it's niche, if you know it didn't do that well, or if you know it just speaks to a smaller audience, if it was a PS Vita game at some point, I mean, you just have to know that certain games are going to hold their value, they're going to be hard to get, or they're going to go up in value. I would hate to someday finally play this and fall in love with it, and then when I want to buy a physical copy, it's, you know, $200, $300 something. I am starting to be a bit mindful of situations like that, and so that's why I grabbed this now at retail, which was, I think, just your standard $60. Grab it now before it gets to that unrealistic level. And so even if I end up playing this and I don't really care for it or like it, at least I could easily sell it for probably more than what I paid for it. So this is definitely a circumstance where I'm interested, but I'm not dying to play it right away. All right, we'll stop teasing you. I believe it's this one. This game, it's one of my favorite video games. No, it's my favorite video game of all time. It's something that means a lot to me. And so even though it was a lot of money, there are certain things where if they mean that much to you, it doesn't, you know, the price is an afterthought, especially because I can't see this ever losing value or being less than what I paid for, right? So sure enough, this is going to go up. Complete in-box Pokemon Gold. I've probably said it in one of the other collection updates or something, but whenever I get asked about what my favorite games are, my favorite game ever, my favorite franchises, my go-to answer is top 3 franchises: Grand Theft Auto, Jak and Daxter, Pokemon. I think you all kind of have picked up on that at this point. Inside those franchises, it would be San Andreas, Jak 2, Pokemon Gold. But what is my absolute favorite? Yes, it would be Pokemon Gold. Played it as a child. It's just, you know what I mean? This is why I'm obsessed with Typhlosion. You might have seen like Typhlosion, you know, nods and references and things that I've, you know, had shirts for and whatnot. Also, I have the Japanese copy, which has actually got a little bit of dust on the top of it, but I do have this, and this one's actually already starting to rise in value a little bit, because I paid like maybe 25 bucks for this, and now it's like 80 or 100. I don't know. There's always going to be less demand for the Japanese copies, because most people ain't speaking Japanese, so that's why those copies are a bit cheaper. NTSC though, yeah, you better believe this cost $280 something, nearly 300 bucks, which for the copy I got, I actually think I made out really okay, because this was a brand new listing. Normally, if I'm going to spend that much money on something, I'm going to take a long time combing through listings, looking at the package, double checking the package, the high resolution pictures that the seller should have. But this one was a brand new listing. I mean, clearly it's got, like some imperfections. That's just going to happen for something where it's a cardboard box that was sold over 20 years ago, and God forbid somebody actually kept it and now they're selling it today. So this was a brand new listing. I had to make the decision fairly quick to grab this one, and I think I made the right decision. So because some of those listings are getting up to 300, 350 for conditions that are less savory than this one. And if you want to go new, which there are some that are new, you're looking at a grand, few grand, over a grand for sure. But I can't not do it. And the only scary thing now is I do have my favorite game of all time, but it's going to be even more expensive to get to the other one. So yeah, there's the eventuality that I want to complete the entire mainline series. That's going to suck, because I can justify it here, but it's going to be tougher. It's going to be a lot tougher for leaf green, fire red, blue, yellow, red. It's going to be crystal too. Crystal's even more. So it's not going to be cheap at all. But we'll get there eventually. It's an overtime sort of thing, right? I know it sometimes looks like I'm made of money, but I don't do these too often. I want to be a little bit mindful of being responsible and being an adult. Oh, I totally forgot about this one. Yeah, I ordered this a while ago. Yeah, it's like I just ran into this on eBay. I'm like, what is this? So this is a like a Parappa and Ape Escape McDonald's promotion or something. I have no clue. It just says Makodonado Originaru Happy Disc, and I don't know, like I bought it and I didn't like research it. You know what I mean? Because I could easily figure out what it is. I want to save that and just like boot it up and mess around with it. So yeah, look, it has like just Ape Escape and Parappa stuff going on in there. I don't know. I mean, why not? Sometimes you just have to do spontaneous things like that. Especially because sometimes I like to give myself a reason to actually boot up the Japanese PS2. And this should be actually another Nihon game. More Vita. Oh, I forgot this was actually new. Persona 5 Dancing, the Japanese version. So again, I'm trying to work on some Vita stuff, and if it's reasonable, that's where I'll buy it, and I might be finding myself buying more Japanese Vita games because that's where it's affordable. But that's still going to limit the kind of games I can play on Vita because I'm not at all fluent in Japanese. But this is a lot. I mean, this is manageable, right? And I think this has a separate regional trophy list, so I could actually play this, earn another platinum, and so I think I might do that 1 or 2 hours, overnight, and just have some fun with this. But I want to grab that one as well. There we go. It's not a ton, but I'm pleased with them all, and some recent stuff in there. I think coming up next, I'm going to be working on, again, if I can find Vita stuff that I'm willing to pay for, going to be buying some of that. Also really got to start working on the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, and more GameCube, which you've seen me pick up some GameCube here and there. Probably going to start really focusing efforts over there, and if I'm ever feeling spicy enough, we might grab another Pokemon or something. But for now, at least, that's where I sit on these. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't just yet, please subscribe for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. Okay, let's jump right into it. That's what they say, right? Let's jump right in. One time I laughed so hard at that hard drive article where it said YouTuber that jumps right in, tears ACL or something. That was hilarious. Little tangent, but the boxes, that's starting to come back to me because they're, you know, bigger. But in terms of the like little games or the individual games, I don't remember whatsoever. So let's take a look at this one. It's a PlayStation 3 title, which I don't recall ordering. Oh, well, that's why I don't recall ordering it. Siphon Filter, Logan Shadow. Okay, now it's starting to come back to me. Recently, I did a lot of pickups for PSP, and really PSP, it's always been a good time to buy. PSP stuff is really affordable. So something like this, I don't know, I'm guessing I paid in the range of $10, $15. PSP, really not bad to buy for. There's only a handful of things that are really expensive, and I don't have them. I'd like to get to them at some point, but at the very least, you know, if you throw $100 or $200 at PSP, you'll get a lot done. Next up, and this feels like it might be a PSP game. No, it's a Switch game. Oh, this is a limited run. So they brought this back for a limited time, so I guess oftentimes limited run will have like an end of year sale, or they'll have some like overstock, and I missed the initial wave of Pixel Junk Eden 2. Which I really regret. I regret that, and I also regret when they did the Castlevania, the classic collection, you know, all the originals. So I recently ordered the Requiem one, because I'm like, okay, I can't, you know, miss that. And I'm pretty sure they'll probably pick up the Advanced Collection, which I'll make sure to order that one as well. But I missed that, and Eden 2, I really regretted that. So I'm glad it actually came back momentarily for me to order this. I loved this game so much. It's part of the Pixel Junk line of games from Q Games, and Pixel Junk Eden was one of my favorite PlayStation 3 PSN titles. The first one. It was a PS3 PSN exclusive. It's such a weird, you know, vibe-esque type of game. Play with headphones. It's got this great music, and you're like pollinating these plants, and you play these little, the little main characters are like grimps, and they can swing around, and it's hard to describe, but, oh, this one's actually labeled. Okay, so yeah, I knew what the boxes were. So if you can see right here, Doom PS1, let's get this out. Yeah, I'm gonna start, really getting into collecting these, which, actually, I believe Doom PS1 came as a, jewel case, but for that moment in time where there was the long box version of PS1 games when the PlayStation first came out, there was long boxes. They switched pretty quickly to the jewel cases, but some of them have long box versions. Yeah, look at that. Look at that giant somewhat ugly PS1 game. I told Terrell I was like going to start collecting these, and he's like, oh my god, that's hideous. But it's a I don't know, I feel like it's a very important part of PlayStation history. And Doom, I think I got this pretty cheap, because this one, like, complete in box, probably like, I don't know, 60, 70, sure some sellers are trying to get upwards of 100. I think I paid like $30, $40 for this. And it wasn't complete, but I'm like, whatever, I'll take it. A little bit loose there. But yeah, a classic PS1 long box, which, little history lesson, there's 3 different types of PS1 long boxes. So you've got this one where it's all cardboard, and of course that's going to be harder to find one that's in really good shape. This one seems really good. Unfortunately, yeah, the disc is loose. The disc itself, oh my! Okay, I'm a little turned on right now. That looks great. So I'm thrilled about that. And yes, again, this listing was like $30, $40. No, this would come with a little piece of foam here. You'd have your manual. It doesn't have that, but I'll take it for $40. You can also see it has like a little marker on there. Some, I believe, a and I don't remember the exact ratio, but some isopropyl alcohol will get that off, and you have to be a little careful just because there's, you know, art, but that could probably come off fine. Anyway, there's this version of PS1 long boxes. Then there's a jewel case version where it's basically exactly like a Saturn case, and then there's another jewel case where you've got that classic PS1 ridge that's like a real plastic mold of this, like in real life basically, and it hinges from there, which I think we've got one of those like that in one of these boxes. So let's try and find it actually. These, I don't know, that might not be big enough. But yes, I'm gonna start working on those a little bit, which in total there's like in North America 109 PS1 long boxes, so it was a very short stint. And some games, when they came out on long box, they would also get a standard small case, and some people prefer those. I'm fine with like picking up maybe 20-30 long boxes and feeling satisfied. I don't want to go for like a full complete collection of like the full 109. I really don't care that much when it comes to collecting goals. I have my own little things I want to hit. Oh, okay. These are some well-known PlayStation games. Okay. Now this came at a premium. In fact, the reason why they look so weirdly reflective is because they're actually in protectors right now. So hard to make out, but yeah. See, it's in one of those box protectors. But yeah, Crash Bandicoot and Crash 2 complete in box, and we're talking, or complete in jewel case, with the Crash 2 having that holographic, which is kind of also hard to make out on video. You can see the top camera up there. Yeah, this was like $100-something, which again is a premium, but these are immaculate example copies of the game. And these were two, you know, well-known PlayStation games that I don't have. So for PS1, I'm really lacking on that front, and that's why you've already seen that I've got some very iconic pickups here. So Crash 1 and 2, Doom, obviously that's a big one. So this will be kind of an ongoing theme. You actually saw in, what, 1 or 2 episodes ago I picked up, what was it? Grand Theft Auto, the original Grand Theft Auto. Also Crash Bash. So yeah, PS1, missing a lot of. Ooh, I am excited about this. And I ordered this one a long time ago. This is a complete, brand new, sealed 6-axis. And we're talking straight up 6-axis, no DualShock 3, no rumble support. So there was a very short period where if you bought a PS3 at launch, and those, you know, first few months after launch, your opportunity to buy a second controller was going to be a spare 6-axis. So having any of these complete is hard to find. And I told myself too, I was like, I got to stop buying DualShock 3s brand new, because I've already got like 3 or 4 of them. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I've bought enough DualShock 3s, especially because a brand new OEM one, you're looking at $100 minimum. If you see a controller on eBay and it's $20, $30 new, it's a fake out of China. Do not buy it. You can't get around it. The premium for a sealed, brand new DualShock 3 currently is around $100. So when I saw a 6-axis, I was like, well, I gotta grab that. Again, another important part of PlayStation history. You just don't see these things really come up too often. So I probably paid around $100 or something. Again, it's been a while. So let's take a look at this game. New copy of Judgment, Legends. This one has a PEGI rating, so this only had a physical release in Europe, and I liked Judgment a lot. I actually really enjoyed the original PlayStation 3 release with a full-on, you know, field of that little playmat, the cards, the camera. That was your first opportunity to buy a PlayStation Eye. I thought it was a really good original card game. Okay. Rock Band Unplugged for PSP. Actually, a good example of Judgment. So like I was saying for that, that's a game where on PSP they just give you, everything's, you know, in-game, right? No special accessories. Same for Rock Band Unplugged. I actually played the demo for this over and over and over again, because you got like 2 or 3 songs for free, or maybe just 1, I don't remember, but I played it over and over. I don't know why I never actually bought it, but no extra accessories that you need. You just play it right on the PSP, and it actually looked and played really well. So working on PSP. This might be a long box. We'll see. Oh yeah, it's iconic, all right. It's very iconic. Yes, and here's our example of the other version I was talking about for long boxes. So you've got like a real plastic, like, you know what I mean, that ridge design. The first twisted metal. I don't remember what I paid for this, but yeah, these boxes, look, you can see how that peels off a little bit, so that might need to be re-glued. So a little bit of restoration is needed for some of these really older PS1 long box games. That one again came out loose, but this disc also looks pretty good actually. And I was missing, this was the only twisted metal I'm missing on PS1. So I've got 2, 3, 4. I don't think I have a complete for, I don't have the whole franchise complete, but this is a pretty big one. So this is still missing. Actually, I don't think this had a foam insert. That's where it's a little bit disjointed on making sure exactly what's totally complete in box for these long box PS1s. But just look at that. It's just so, again, it's an iconic PS1 game. So that's what I'm really nailing down right now. Hey, let's do our monthly magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. It's weird that I keep getting questions about where I got this when I say it's from the Video Game History Foundation. We got a GamePro. Again, let's look at some of these headlines, because I am digging this. Street Fighter Alpha, SWAT Pro, Earthworm Jim 2. We're getting a lot of the old ones, actually. I'm surprised I didn't get more like, 2010s around there. Virtual Cop, Gex. Got Gex, Ridge Racer, Slam and Jam 96. Oh, lovely. Another great magazine. I've already got another one actually that came in recently as well, so we're kind of falling behind on showcasing some of these. Moving on. This box is from, I believe I Am 8-Bit. Yes, which this is the first time I've ever ordered from them. And for those that didn't keep up with what happened with Disco Elysium, yeah, there we go, a little sticker. They initially announced that they were doing the physical run for this, and PS4 would be, at retail or whatever, you can buy whatever copy you want loose, or they had an expensive $250 something edition, and that's where they paywalled the PS5 version. Which I guess they've done that before, so a lot of people were tweeting them like, oh, come on guys, you're really gonna do that? So eventually they caved and they sold Disco Elysium separately. So there we go. And I will always wait. If I know a physical release is coming, I will wait for it. Just like Sifu right now, where everybody's playing that, and that's awesome. Sounds really fun. I'd like to play it. I'll wait for that disc. That's okay. I forget what is in this though. I'm gonna be really honest. I don't know what's in this giant box. Interesting. Okay. Well, now I know. More long box PS1 games. Oh, I don't think the listing said it was going to put it in box protectors. So I am thrilled with that. Warhawk, and also Destruction Derby. So we're knocking out some good ones in this video. Look at that. Oh, Warhawk. Loved the 2017, 2007 reboot on PlayStation 3. And I've never played the original. I'm sure this game probably is like... I'm sure it's probably awful by today's standards. And that's kind of the weird spot with some of these PS1 games where they're really iconic. How many times am I going to say iconic? But they're an important place and time for their, for that particular console. And I'm sure they were fun. I'm sure people have fond memories of them. Disc loose. But they're, they just don't age well. And that's why I'm not going to go too crazy with collecting for PS1. Again, I'm not somebody where I'll go and go for a complete North American set or anything. And no shade to people that do that, but ideally I do like to pick up things where like, I plan on playing that or trying it out at some point. And those, same deal. I'll do it. I bought this right away when Microsoft announced that it was their last expansion of the backwards compatibility program. Beautiful Katamari was in there, and sign me up. I went to eBay and bought a copy right away. This is the only Katamari that I missed out on, because at the time and what was this, a 2007 release? Somewhere around there. I had a 360 day one, really enjoyed it for its time, but that was still a point where, I had to sell things to get things, or I only had so much time, and once PlayStation 3 came around, I started to buy a lot for that, and spent most of my time there. And so Beautiful Katamari just sort of escaped me, but I love this franchise. So now I will actually boot this up on my Series X and check it out. Wipeout Pure, or not Wipeout Pure, Wipeout 2048. I don't remember damage being on that. I always try to avoid listings where there's some sort of direct damage on the case. Alright, well, I guess I'll... Like PS Vita donor cases, I don't really have that. But Wipeout, launch title, had to grab it. Still working on Vita and trying to make it, trying to make that library look a little bit big for, what I am reasonably willing to spend within, in terms of budget, Vita's, it doesn't go far. Next up we have, hey, Buzz Master Quiz. And look, it's sealed. Another situation where it's $10 or something. That's what I'm saying for PSP. There's so many PSP games where dirt cheap, and they're sealed, and you'll sometimes find listings where you can buy a case of this for $100 or something. If you need spare donor cases, that's ideally what you would use it for. But yeah, PSP, it's just not bad to buy for. This... I'm now starting to realize what these are, what both of these are. I think they're the same game, actually. So, this would be SimCity 2000 on the original PlayStation. I love city builders. I actually really enjoy them. Which normally that's, best played on PC, but I don't think the console controls for these games are really all that bad. And this would be, or what it's supposed to be, is actually the exact same game, but it's instead on Game Boy Advance, complete in box, and I am trying so hard to not get into complete in box GBA, because it's so expensive, but it popped up for $40, and I don't know, I was like, it just looks so good. This is the one thing I'm trying so hard mentally to fight the urge to buy complete in box GBA. Because it's just, $40, $50, $60 at a minimum, which is basically like buying a new game nowadays, right? Which, okay, I guess I'm fine with, but if we're talking about anything desirable on GBA, then you're easily in the 100+ range. Before I've said I'm fine buying just the card, but I don't know. When you hold them in your hand, they just, they bring a certain something out of you that makes you want to make bad decisions. Okay, that is everything laid out, and we are really filling the screen here. So, yeah, a lot of PS1. I will try and finally stop buying PS3 accessories or, rare, unique accessories. New games every so often, some PSP stuff dirt cheap, Vita when I can, yeah. Solid update for the collection. This was episode 5 or 6, I think, but I'll probably see you in another month or so for another update. If you enjoyed this, thank you so much for watching. By all means, subscribe for more and the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. Hello everyone, welcome back. It's been a while since we did a collection update, which the last one was, I think, 2 months ago, and we've got a good amount of stuff that's backed up here. But I am pleased to see how many people enjoyed checking out some of those PS1 long boxes, so we might have some of those in here. But I'm going to start off with the new stuff, because there's actually a fair amount of new games in here. And I don't know, I feel like those are maybe less exciting, so we'll get that out of the way. We'll start with these ones, which were from Target, and these are pretty easy to open. But they had a sale going on. Buy two, get one. Figured why not, because normally my policy is don't buy new games unless I'm going to play them right away. First one, Strangers of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. Not going to front. For a while, I just wasn't really sure if this game was... I don't know, I think there was a lot of skepticism surrounding this one. played the first demo they put out, the one where it like didn't work for like 3 or 4 days. And I'm playing it and I'm like, do I like this? And I think I do, especially once that clip came out of what's the protagonist's name, Jack, where he's talking to the other 2 characters right when he meets them, and it's just some cringy but hilarious dialogue.
Look, crystals can sense each other.
You have one too, don't you?
My mission is to kill Chaos. That's all I know.
Me too.
Good. We're all on the same hunt.
I'm Jack.
Jed.
Ash.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that and I was sold right away. So I'm like, all right, this game is very reminiscent of those the PS2 days, where there's a lot of games that are like that, right? Anyway, next up we have Uncharted, the Legacy of Thieves collection. This is really more of a just a habit sort of thing, because I actually went for the upgrade from PS4 to 5, where you have, if you have just one of these, right, Thief's End or The Lost Legacy, it's a $10 fee, which was really surprising because you don't need both of them. Just one game, $10, you get the Legacy of Thieves collection digital, and that's kind of one of those weird things where it's like, okay, I'll happily have a digital copy saved on my PS5, and I'll just hang on to this as something where I can have it physical, keep it sealed, which disc is loose on that one, but we will try and recenter that. And yeah, whatever the cheapest game was here, that was the one that was free, obviously, but this would be Grand Theft Auto 5. So you can see why I kind of went for this deal, right? Because I didn't want to pay full price for all 3 of these, especially because, like, for this, it's like, also don't need this. I spent the $10 to have it saved on my PS5 for the time being, where if you're on PlayStation 5, it's only $10 to have a digital copy of GTA 5, and that's honestly not bad. And I'm not as pessimistic about the fact that it's been across 3 generations. We've got, you know, Grand Theft Auto 5 that entire time, and it is disappointing that we never got a proper GTA on at least the PS4 cycle. But I'm also a huge Grand Theft Auto fan, which I've outlined plenty of times before. I love this game, or at least the story mode. So it's kind of like, of course I had to get this on disc, and because I already have it digital, that will stay sealed. Next, from Amazon, this is kind of silly, but I didn't realize that this was even a game that was real and got printed. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for PS5? I forget what this was, maybe $20-$30, but I actually really love this show a lot. So I figured, why not? They actually printed it on disc, and I've got it across various platforms where whenever they, you know, made this game, like there was one on PS1. That was back when Regis Philbin was the host, and that's the host in North America, mind you, or not North America, just America. Chris Tarrant is the original host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but this show is syndicated like across like 100 different countries, so there's tons of different hosts. But yeah, I actually really like this show in particular, so I figured why not. It's always a little fun to mess around with this. Also a loose disc, which, you know, to be honest, so a lot of people have been asking, how do you recenter the discs, or some of you have told me how to do it. For PS4 or PS5, this is really easy. What I like to do is use the flashlight on my phone, and because these cases are clear, I can kind of look in there, see where the disc is, try and center it, right? And I think I've got it centered right there. And you put it on a flat surface, and for these cases in particular, you kind of apply some pressure in this top right corner. That might get it back in. So now it's no longer loose, or at least I'm pretty sure. Might come undone if you can't hear like a proper click sound, but just as kind of a quick thing on video, that's one of the ways to do it. Anyway, yeah, we've got, this is new because it's from a limited run, so let's take a look at this. Hey, Shantae, Risky's Revenge, with the little cards they give you. These are always pretty cool. Although, I feel like most people don't actually go out of their way to collect those. It's just kind of a nice little bonus thing. And this is the extra little box they sell. You have to pay extra for this if you want it to be shipped in a box, which is kind of a pain. But at least it will get to you in pretty good shape. No loose disc on that one. And yeah, Shantae, you know, I'm not even that big on this game. I'm really not. I'm not huge on this franchise whatsoever, but it was really something where I learned about it because of how expensive this series is. No matter where you can find it, on Switch, of course, the prices are pretty insane, but they had this the pre-order up quite a while ago, so I figured why not go for all the copies on PlayStation 5, which I feel like will be a bit more uncommon compared to where most people are buying it on Nintendo Switch. And of course, the originals prices are insane. I don't know what it is about this franchise. I really don't. I've never played it, although I certainly would like to at some point. So I figured, why not? It's not really like, there are certain games nowadays where it's like, even if I'm not super interested in them, just more casually, like my interest is peaked. You kind of have to think nowadays, all right, I should probably buy that now before it's straight up impossible if someday I do play it, and then I really like it, and it's like, well, now it's not really affordable to go and buy it. You know what I mean? So, kind of a bummer, but yeah, I've got more of those on pre-order, and when more of them show up, I'll grab them. All right, let's knock out some of these boxes, because we got a lot of them here. There's our first PlayStation 1 long box. And this one's kind of pricey, unfortunately. And there's not many of them on eBay at any given moment. But A-Train is kind of like a city builder. And wow, you know, I'm actually quite pleased with, yeah, it was pricey. I think this was like $70-something. And I did make an offer to bring it down to like, well, I got it down from their asking of like $80, but look at this long box. This is really, really good condition. This is the long box where it's all cardboard. So you've seen the two versions before where there's another cardboard, but it's got like a real ridged plastic design here. This one is the all plastic. And we do actually have documentation, so that's great, because I don't remember if this listing had it. Oh, it came with SimCity 2000 as well. Interesting. I don't think this game is supposed to come with SimCity. I actually bought this in the last... Was it the last collection update where I bought SimCity 2000 on the original PS1 and also Game Boy Advance? I don't remember this listing that it was supposed to come with this. And also, I don't think this is the original foam. Maybe it is. The foam is usually quite large to where it's supposed to cushion away from this this manual. Anyway, these two games do kind of go hand in hand, oddly enough, so I actually am not 100% sure. Like, you can even see this documentation here where they're advertising SimCity, right? So I actually don't know if it was supposed to come with SimCity, to be totally honest. So that was really a welcome surprise. But let's take a look at A-Train. Oh, it looks really good. Wow. You know, it's always beautiful when you can see the lighting and the reflection. There's actually another version of this case where there's some kind of sticker here that mentions something about SimCity or whatever. I don't remember exactly what, but there's a different variant of this where there's a big label right here, and I'm not sure if it's printed in the box or if it's a sticker that's on top of it, but this copy is completely clean and it looks so good. Very pleased with that. Moving on, and we do have kind of a very expensive PS1 long box in here lingering, so I don't remember which one it's in. Good timing here because I can actually show you the other variation of PS1 long boxes. So, we didn't have one in the last video. This is basically where it's like a Saturn case. It's almost exactly like a Saturn case. They had a lot of spares during that time, and so a lot of developers back then were also printing their PS1 games, or they were printing them and also using these. So actually some PS1 long boxes, some games use like all three of them. Some games, the developers only went for this case and let's say the full cardboard. It's kind of a mix and match sort of thing, but for the original Ridge Racer, it only came in the Saturn case, or at least I'm fairly confident. So that's something where, again, there's some mixing and matching going on. Some games, they came out first on the long box and they got the standard smaller jewel cases, but this one only in the kind of Saturn knockoff case. But it's just it's still a PlayStation game. And I do prefer the full cardboard ones, because this is like, it's always kind of a pain when you have all these games that are like in different box arts. Like, for example, PS3 has 3 different variations. But let's move on to another long box here, because I can tell right... Oh, it's not a long box. I could have sworn there was a long box in that one just from the way it felt. But this I've been eyeing for a while, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't buy it sooner. Half-Life for PlayStation 2. Yeah, I was eyeing this one for a bit, and unfortunately it kind of got pricey. It's a CD game, by the way, so you got that blue disc, that gorgeous looking blue disc. This game, though, it's interesting. I feel like a lot of people actually don't remember or are aware that the first Half-Life was on PlayStation 2, and that means there's actually a way to play the full Half-Life series on, well, barring Half-Life Alyx, which we're hoping that will be for PSVR 2, but barring that game, you can play Half-Life, Half-Life 2, and the episodes across PlayStation, PS2, and then the orange box on PlayStation 3. So I've been meaning to get this for a while, and unfortunately it's recently gone up in price, so I was late on that one. This, I think, is my new copy, and it is, of Metroid Samus Returns 3DS game. I think this is the first time we've had a 3DS game show up in these videos, but this one's new. There's still some new copies floating around out there for about basically retail price, $50, $60, and I figured really should knock out most of the Metroid games that I really want, and I've got another one on the way that is a little bit more pricier than this one, but yeah, should probably start getting Metroid out of the way because I can absolutely see this getting expensive. And if anything, we might see more 3DS games show up on here because the eShop, is going down, and I already did a good amount of buys for digital-only games on that eShop, but I will still always go physical when necessary, or as a preference, I will. Extreme Pinball. Is it weird to think that I'm not like crazy on pinball games, but occasionally I can spend a good amount of time with them? And so we got Extreme Pinball because it was a PS1 long box game, and this is one of the cheaper PS1 long boxes. There's not really many of those, so this was, I think, if I remember correctly, like $20-something, so not terrible. And good way to get started, right? There's a handful of PS1 long boxes that are in that $20, $30 range still to this day. Extreme Pinball is one of them. All right, let's actually take a look at another monthly magazine from the Video Game History Foundation, and you'll notice I have 2 of them here because we're getting really backed up on these. I actually have 3 right now because it's been like 2 months since we did one of these videos rather, and usually we're at like a 4 to 5 week gap between these, so that's why they're starting to pile up, and I already have another one on the way. Oh yes, that is what I'm talking about. We got a Nintendo Power. Let's take a look at the headlines on this one. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, hit movie, hot game. Game Boy Altered Space. There's a little contest here. Win a trip to pick up your Super NES. The source for news and strategy straight from the pros, with that beautiful seal right there. I love these things. Although of course it would be appropriate for us to at some point land a official PlayStation magazine, which we haven't gotten just yet. We had a lot of what was it, Game Pros, right? So we haven't gotten one of those yet. So I think in terms of what we're trying to land, hopefully we'll get one of those soon. This, if you remember, I mentioned this in another one of those videos, or one of these that we've done. Wasn't the last one, actually? Either way, I don't want to digress too much here. Castlevania, the Anniversary Collection. I mentioned how I was upset that I didn't order this from Limited Run directly, and I was way past the point where I could have gotten it, right? So now it's like, oh, they're on eBay for $60, $70, and I kind of just missed out. I forget who it was, I apologize, but somebody reached out to me and said, hey, Video Games New York City, which is a store in Manhattan, they have some of these on their site for like $45. And I thought, okay, that's worth it. I will pay the $10, $15 premium. Obviously not much because you could just buy this $30 from Limited Run at the time. But $45, I said, okay, I'll grab that because this is, it's Castlevania. It's not like this is not going to hold value or totally be worth hanging on to. And I don't want to stress I know we talk a lot about values. It's just something where I'm sure a lot of you are interested in that aspect of it. I don't care too much. It's just more something where I want to grab it. So it's before it becomes $200, I have it now. And Castlevania, of course, is a great franchise. So very happy to have that. What's also odd, though, is that I ordered that online, and then like 3-4 months later, I actually went to New York City. And I went to the real store. So it would have been cool to actually just grab it right then and there. Which, by the way, I ran into somebody at that store that watches these videos on this channel. So it was great talking to you. It was really cool. It does not happen too often that I run into somebody that actually has watched the channel before. But when it happens, it's so humbling. So thank you. Yeah, that was a really nice talk we had. So that was great. If you ever run into me, you're more than welcome to approach me and we can talk about some games, PlayStation stuff, whatever you want. That was super cool. Now, we've got another PS1 long box, The Need for Speed. This was standard PS1 full cardboard long box, and this one too is in great shape. Oh my god. Oh my lord. It's, you know, it's always hard with the pictures on eBay. I always try to pick an auction that has high resolution pictures. Decent price, although I've said before, I'm willing to, ooh, what a creak there. I'm willing to pay the premium if it's, you know, one of the better copies that are available at the time. And if this isn't one of them, I don't know what is. So, gorgeous looking. Although a lot of these games are always missing the foam insert, but that's fine. Now, where is this game that I'm looking for here? There's a really expensive one. Here it is. And good thing it was in a larger box. Warranted, of course. This is probably one of the, well, I think this is, if it's not already, it's going to be soon. One of the most expensive PS1 long box games, and that's Kingsfield for the original PlayStation. And this one is in the standard cardboard but real ridged box design. Kingsfield is basically, for those that don't know, this is like the original Demon's Souls. Basically, this is an original FromSoft game, and this game, this game is very expensive. So unfortunately, this one is beat up. But for $100, that was about the top end of what I was willing to pay. Granted, this isn't totally like beat up here. You can put this back together, but a full complete copy of this is getting up to like 160, 180, and some of them are in really poor condition. I was okay not having the manual, and also there's a little tips card. So if you have that complete, the tips card, the manual, and then the foam insert, you're looking at like easily $180 something, or at least the listings at the time when I bought. And you know, a year and a half, 2 years ago, this game was around $50, $60. Would have been great to get it at that price, but of course, with the success of Elden Ring and just how much more popular that franchise is getting, yeah, Kingsfield, Kingsfield 2, and then actually there's multiple Kingsfield games, but Kingsfield 1 and 2 are on PlayStation, the first PlayStation. I think 3's on PS. I can't remember exactly, but there's also 4. There's some on PSP. So there's just going to be more interest focused on these games in particular. So I wanted to make sure that I got this before it was just reaching a ridiculous price range. And yeah, it's got the standard wear that you're seeing on a lot of these long box games, or at least these ones, where again it's got the plastic ridge, so that's got to get re-glued, a little bit of restoration, but this is totally getting played. I want to play this game for sure, and it's just so cool to finally have this one in particular. So trying to get some of the, you know, well-known stuff out of the way. Got 2 more boxes left here, and I'm not sure how many more long box games I ordered. Again, we're like 2 months backed up here, so I'm definitely risking these games not being returnable if they don't come out right. Ah, here's another quintessential big game. Tekken, the original Tekken. yeah, this one comes in the all cardboard or the Saturn case. I was waiting for a really good all box version, and this one is pretty good. I think I got this one cheaper than what it's normally going for because this one, it was a brand new listing, and it showed up with this little rip here, and I was thinking like, okay, it's a new listing, good price. I think a lot of people are going to not care so much about that rip right there, and so I was like, yeah, I better snag this before it goes away. And I'm glad I did, because seeing it in person, it looks much better than I thought. Got our manual, got our little extra, whatever this is, and the disc is loose. Oh, maybe these foam inserts were standard, these little tiny ones. Usually the foam's a lot thicker. It's supposed to be as thick to stop the manual and all that from really jumping around in there. Perhaps this was original. So I'm still kind of learning how to completely authenticate and appraise PS1 long box games. But yeah, Tekken looking really good, and I'm glad I got this because that completes, I think that completes the Tekken franchise for me. I might be missing one or two of them, but for the most part it was really great to get this. The original Wipeout. Now, I did not realize this. It's one of those things where, again, because these are so old, you might not realize it. There's actually a version of this with a slipcover, and that version's a lot more pricey than this one that I picked up here. So this game was, again, I think in the neighborhood of $30, $40, a little bit more on the affordable side. And that was what I thought was the, that's all you could get for Wipeout PS1, was this nice little cardboard long box. But there is a slipcover that came with this, and that pushes it up to like $80-something, which again, I wasn't going to be a stickler about that. Had the manual, so this is pretty much a complete, base copy of the game, and great to add this to the PS1 long box collection. Now, our final Video Game History Foundation magazine. This one is really thick. There it is. We got an official PlayStation magazine. And wow, is this a great one to get. Oh my gosh, Crash Bandicoot Warped Speed Ahead. Crash rides again in his third adventure. This is awesome. I just said earlier, we should probably try and pull a PS1 long, or not a PS1 long box, an official PlayStation magazine. We finally got it. This is awesome. Very happy about that. Oh, that is so cool. 100% reading this later tonight probably. Alright, this is everything, I think, and I am loving the progress we're making so far on the PS1 long box collection. And, like I've said, there's only 108 or 109 total, so there's really not too much left that I want out of that full library. So we'll maybe see a few more of these come up, and then, of course, new titles will show up occasionally as well. But we got a lot of PS1 long box done. Always nice to get something pretty cool and unique on PS2, so as usual, we're knocking out some things here. Definitely going to be seeing some more 3DS and probably DS soon in these pickups. I'm eyeing a few titles on those platforms, so we'll do a lot more of that, and standard PS1 stuff as well, so not just the long boxes. But made some good progress. I'm very happy. Can't wait to play some of these tonight, which I'm definitely doing. So with that said, that's it. So thank you so much for watching. If you haven't just yet, please consider subscribing for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube, and more collection updates like this. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. Hi, Melissa. So, welcome to collection update number 8, I think. Got some new stuff in here, so that's always Amazon. We'll knock those out first, so slide that over just a bit. And both these Amazon purchases, if I remember correctly, are kind of like, not impulse buys, but I don't know. I've never played the Wonder Boy series, and this was $30, and there's for me, I've been trying to buy more Switch games. I really don't have a whole lot of Switch, and it's one of those things where I have that slight collector envy when I, watch another channel or see somebody on Twitter and you have their collection in the background, and you see just a wall of red because that spine is nothing but red. So I see that, and I'm always like, I should really buy more Switch games. So that's kind of what I'm doing on the low key as this stuff comes out on a rolling basis. So, also Pac-Man Museum. It's not like I don't regret this, but I sort of wonder to myself, like, how many Pac-Man compilations do I really need to buy? And so, I don't know. Again, I think it was $30-something, so why not? But yeah, it goes towards the Switch collection, which, mind you, a lot of this stuff is shipping on PS4 as well, and normally I buy stuff on PlayStation 4, but I'm kind of done with collecting on PS4. I have a lot, so I think it would be more appropriate to start buying that stuff on Switch where it makes sense. And I feel like Pac-Man and Wonder Boy are more suited to Switch. Alright, Metroid Prime Hunters. So this was an auction, which I rarely do, but got it for 60, 70, I don't know. This one's a bit old. It was backed up here for a bit, which I sort of risked the return policy on that one if the game showed up and didn't look all that good. But seems to be all there, which is nice. Very early Nintendo DS game, and value has risen a bit on this one, obviously. But as I mentioned before, trying to grab more of the Metroid games before they get really sort of expensive, and even this was, you know, $70. So, and I only had the First Hunt demo for that, so I'm actually pleased to finally add that one to the collection. Next up, we have a very high value game here. Pokemon White version 2. Now, I mean, if you've been keeping up, you might be looking at this and thinking to yourself, like, Ryan, what are you doing, man? You didn't have this game? So here's my confession. I love Pokemon, obviously. Huge fan. One of my top 3 favorite franchises. Pokemon, GTA, Jack. Said it a million times, but this is the only mainline series game I have not played. It was White 2 and Black 2, actually. It's the one entry where I skipped over it. And it's not like I wanted to. I forget what happened at the time, whatever I was doing in life back then, but essentially I never got around to this one, which didn't work out great for me because both these games are like $150-something, which, and the thing is too, on eBay, very low population of these games, like in a nice complete in box case. So this one looks fantastic, obviously. And I think I might have brought this up before, but when the value counter is down there, so just as a transparency thing, I know a lot of people like to see that, right? So I have no problem outlining what I paid for some of these, but I mean, if you keep up with the retro scene, you'll notice that I tend to, my prices are a bit higher because I don't mind paying the extra little bit for what is a very nice listing where I feel confident that it's a very good, clean, complete in box copy. And I do tend to go for the cleanest examples that are at least available on eBay. So I can get the games cheaper, but I will always go out of my way and spend an extra 5, 10, even 15% if I can get a really nice, clean copy, especially for a franchise I care deeply about. Now, you're seeing a lot of DS stuff here. Super Mario DS 64. Had this, got rid of it. It was that was still in a time in my life where you had to sell games to get games, and so trying to pick up a lot of these again, which I loved this version. You got extra stars in there. Spent a lot of time with this one. I think it's a great way to play 64, honestly, because you got that little map on the bottom screen there. So I loved this game. And so I'm happy to finally have this. I actually picked up a few other things for DS that did not make it onto this video, but that was just some more fodder stuff that I think wasn't that interesting, but probably the most interesting thing I did get recently was WarioWare Touched. Now, we've got some limited run here, so like I said, there's going to be some, what I think is more interesting stuff. So maybe we'll try and avoid the fodder games, but occasionally they'll make it on here. Normally I buy this with the limited run box, which is kind of annoying, but annoying that you have to pay for it, just so it gets to you in good condition. But this should be, if I can get it out, Jack X Combat Racing. This is the, alright, so I'm confused here. I didn't actually know exactly 100% what they meant by this, where recently on their Twitter, and they put this out via email or whatever, that they had spare copies of a alternate art for this game. And so I bought it thinking like, oh, there's like an exclusive, what was it? they said Comic-Con or something, some random exclusive variant art. So I was like, oh, I'll grab it for $30-something, and I guess this was something that, I don't know, because I already have this one. It was in that huge mega bundle, which I did both. I unboxed that whole thing before, all the Jack games and the from Limited Run. So I'm a bit confused as to why this one is a normal art that I already had. I'll have to clarify that. So we've got more Limited Run somewhere. Yep, right here. Let's check out this one. Oh, we got a little poster here with the little trading cards they give you. Very cool. I don't know what this is though. Club O Fun newsletter. Okay, in this issue. Oh, Tim Schafer. I was not expecting this actually. Cool. Alright, I guess I'll look at that later. The real interesting thing, of course, is always the games. And this should be... Quake. I've had this sitting for a bit next to Metroid as well, so pick this up. Shout out to MVG. He actually worked on this game, Modern Vintage Gamer, so that alone, I was sort of like, I'll pick up the physical copy of this. Already got it digital on PS5, so this will also stay sealed. Cool to have this. And next, we'll do this one from Play... Well, I know the other one's in here somewhere, so it should be this. Let's get this knocked out real quick. Because you saw white version 2, this should be, and it is, our black version 2. Now this one actually isn't as clean, or at least the case isn't as clean. A little bit of a pushed in dimpling there. As long as the art's okay, I can just swap out the case, no problem. But yeah, again, like 150, 60 something. Keep in mind, every price that is shown, that's always taxes and shipping as well. But glad to finally have these two. Which, we've got two of the magazines from the Video Game History Foundation. Let's take a look at one of these before we move on. Because right after this, we'll just open the high value item in here. So the highest value item that we have in this recent roundup. A Game Pro, let's check out some of the headlines on this one. Got NBA, NHL, NFL, Fighting Vipers, Black Dawn. Here's some cool stuff. Strategy guides for Street Fighter Alpha 2, Final Doom, Mortal Kombat Trilogy right there. This one's actually, this is a big issue. This is one of the thicker issues that we've gotten so far. Probably a lot of really cool stuff in here. So, definitely taking a look at that. Always enjoy having these, and at this point I've got them on a coffee table out front where when I'm bored I'll just kind of flip through them. So one of these, it's got to be this. And you might remember when I bought another very expensive game and I was like, hey, this is my favorite game ever. It's totally worth paying the price. But I do want to complete this franchise, so there's really no getting around it. This is going to cost me a ton of money. But it's here. Okay. Better believe I'm going to thread the needle on this one, since this listing did not come with a box protector. And I don't know why I didn't go get one right off the bat. All right, hold on. Melissa, you don't touch this. Okay, here's our box protector, but since it's already out, let's take a look at it. It is very clean, and let's be honest, for the price, it better be. But again, there's really no getting around it, right? This is the premium for boxed Game Boy Color games, and certainly for the Pokemon franchise, where it's highly sought after, but it looks really good, actually. But seeing gold, like gold was my favorite, right? So this one really is more of a, I need it for completing that mainline series. So again, $350 something. There's just, you gotta pay it. And it's gonna get more expensive from this point forward because I still need yellow, fire red, leaf green, and the big ones, crystal and emerald. But we'll take that out real quick. I don't think I opened up the gold on the that one video, but there's our Pokemon Silver. Very nice. And now we can get it in the box protector, which, for those that don't collect games or whatever, and you might have seen these before, but like, these are super handy. So I don't use them for case games. I don't really see the need for that unless it is something that's super high value, but when it comes to anything in cardboard, I think these are kind of a must. So yeah, there's a few different vendors that sell these, and you can usually buy them in packs. We're talking like 5, 10 pack, 25 if you've got a lot of stuff, or if you know you're going to be buying a lot of stuff. It's always handy to have a bunch of spares, which recently I've made the conscious decision to be okay with buying complete and box GBA and Game Boy Color, which honestly is a really dumb decision on my part. Before I was like, I'm okay with just the cartridge. But now I see stuff like this and I'm like, maybe not. So I won't buy a ton, but yeah, got a bunch of those. Of course, I got some for the PS1 long boxes. No long boxes in this one, but I'm sure they'll come back very soon. Now, Play Asia, this took forever to get here, and I don't know why, but I don't order from Play Asia too often. This is a Chrono Cross, Radical Dreamers Edition. Oh, cool little stickers. I always like those. Yeah, I don't know. Shipping was really bad for this one. Took forever. Physical is only in, this is, what is it, the Chinese English version? So, this was like, even if you're like not interested that much in Chrono Cross, it was again something where you have to look at it and go, all right, it's $40, $50 something right now. You know, 10, 20 years from now, if you really wanted this, I could easily see it costing a lot more than what I paid for it right now, but still nice to have for the time being. And it's you know, goes into what I said before, trying to get some more Switch stuff. Oh, another limited run game. Which one is this? Oh, now I remember. Because actually I just got a shipping notification for this one. It should be, another Shantae. Like I said, going to be keeping up with ordering all of these, and they're going to have the pre-orders open up very soon for the original Shantae, which was announced for PlayStation 5, so they'll be doing the open order for that as well for the physical copy. So I'm going to keep up with all the Shantaes on PS5. This one is Half Genie Hero, and another little very cool trading card. Yu-Gi-Oh! Worldwide Edition. Yeah, so complete in box. This was a situation where I wasn't dying to have it, but it was, and this is a kind of an eBay tip for those that maybe don't shop on there too often, but you know, make an account, obviously, and just follow a bunch of things that you're interested in, even mildly interested in. If you know, sometimes some of these sellers, they put a price on it, and it sits for a long time, and so I was watching it, and what eBay sellers can do is if they want to encourage a sale, they can send you an offer. Sometimes they have an offer open and you can send one. Sometimes you can't do that at all. They have it turned off. But they will make it so that they'll have the option to send offers to anybody that's watching that item. And so if it's sitting for a bit, if you know it's been on there for a while, just watch it. And this was a situation where the seller sent me an offer, and their price came down a lot lower, and that's where I was like, okay, I'll bite. Because the other thing too is that offer goes to all the people watching that item, so there's a chance that somebody else could snipe it away from you if the seller brought it down enough. And now our final Video Game History Foundation Museum magazine. We've got Electronic Gaming Monthly, a huge blowout issue for The Sims, it looks like. So The Sims reviewed, better than the PC game. What is this, the console release? Revealed, oh yeah, Sims for Xbox and GameCube. Oh, so was this the PlayStation 2 version? Then they reviewed it, or it was announced coming to Xbox and GameCube later. Lord of the Rings, the other Two Towers game. Very cool. Love EGM. Subscribed to this for a long time, actually. This is also kind of a somewhat big issue. May not be conveyed on camera, but feels very weighted, if you will. All right, that is everything, and it doesn't look like a lot when it's laid out like this. And that's the weird thing, is that looking at what I got, I'm not thinking that this is this might break the record for the most spent in a collection update. And that's not really the goal. That's kind of why we're doing these every 2 months now instead of monthly, because I really got to space out some of these larger purchases. But again, right now I'm feeling very focused on getting these done and out of the way, because they're not going to get cheaper. So I have a lot more of those to go, and once we get to Emerald and Crystal, I have no idea what I'm going to do, other than maybe ripping it off like a Band-Aid and just doing it. But we've got most of we got some pretty cool stuff in here, I'd say. So thank you so much for watching. If you haven't just yet, please consider subscribing for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. So, not really a ton here. I'm just making sure I didn't forget anything. But yeah, a lot of larger boxes, which, you know, got some cool stuff that I've been eyeing for a bit. So yeah, I'm pumped to see this stuff finally, which it wasn't sitting too long, but this one right here, limited run, which it is in fact a limited run item that I had to buy from a third-party seller, unfortunately, because I wasn't really too mindful of this, which is somebody hit me up, and I apologize for not remembering who you were, or at least your name offhand, but they were like, hey, there's the Jack X Combat Racing little figurine with the blister pack there. If you remember, this was part of the huge bundle in the Jack X limited run set that I had. You know, I got all those, showed those off in one video, and the Daxter Mobile came in kind of a loose pack, right? So the cart, or the vehicle, was loose, and it came with the back, and I guess this was also another exclusive San Diego Comic-Con variant, and it went up on limitedrun.com so you could buy, and that was when I had bought the variant art for Jack X, but I didn't realize right then in that moment that, like, oh, okay, that's because they put up another Daxter Mobile, and I thought, well, that's kind of weird. Is that just so you can get it in the physical plastic? Because again, if you bought the big bundle, you weren't going to get it that way. So I wasn't sure, but they let me know about that, so figured I'd pick it up, and that was like $30, which it's not expensive, but Limited Run had it up for like $10, so I guess I got stuck paying $20 more because I didn't realize it. Moving on to our to a game here, and I was excited about this, but at the same time not happy with the situation at hand. This will be my first time getting a look at the condition close up, which, at least from the pictures, it appeared like it was a little bit dirty. So this is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Nightmare Troubadour, and this is another situation where I am baffled at how many Yu-Gi-Oh! Games there are that I just didn't realize existed. It's really strange. So this was the first one that hit DS, so very early 2005 something release. Didn't know about it. I really didn't. I kind of ran into it like the other Yu-Gi-Oh! Games I've been buying, and this is the kind of stuff that I'm really into, where it's focuses on that Battle City arc. So you've got Dark Magician Girl, Egyptian Gods, the dual disc from Battle City. So I was just all over this. But this particular game, very low population on eBay, like one page with complete in box for NTSC copies. And even worse is that there's some very suspectful price gouging going on. Listings right now are $90 to $100, which is like, nah, I'm not about that. Because on price charting, copies complete in box were getting sold for $40 to $50. That was the market value, but there's only a few on there, so of course they're going to price it at kind of this absurd amount. This one was a auction. Not usually an auction kind of person, but I figured that was my best shot at getting it cheaper. Auction ended last minute from $27 to $67 or something, which, okay, it's a little bit more than what they were going for, but I'll bite at that price. The thing is, there was another auction that ended shortly after that one, and that one ended at $35, I think. I'm not sure what's in this little box, but I guess we'll open it and see what's going on in here. Some spare headphones, it looks like. Don't need those. We've got a light blue DSi complete in box, and it's very heavy because it came with like an extra little carrying case, so I'm assuming they put it in there. Guess we'll find out in a second. Looks like we've got most of the cool little documentation. Here's the system. We have our color matching stylus. Very important for me. I'm a bit nitpicky there. Got our charger. Oh, maybe there wasn't a carrying case with this listing. I don't remember exactly. Oh, God, back pain. Put that away. I don't know. Maybe it's not in there. I don't really care because it was like a crummy third-party case. But, no, maybe I didn't buy from that listing. Yeah, I guess this stuff was sitting for a bit. But, anyway, the DSi. So, I really like this color a lot. Oh, the case is on the DSi. There you go. So it did come with that weird third-party case, which I don't really care for. Let's get that off. It's like a little one of those silicone rubber condom type cases. Ooh, you know what? It looks a lot better in person than... Oh, it looks... It looks so good. Okay, I am very happy about this. Take a look at it. So, of course, when it comes to Nintendo handhelds, and with more age, they're either reshelled, which I do not like. I don't want reshelled, Game Boy Advance, GBAs. They always feel not good. If it's not OEM, it just has that weird feeling that you can tell right away. Build quality is usually poor. I don't really know if reshelling is a thing on DSi's just yet, but that's typically what happens with older Nintendo handhelds. And DS's, a lot of them are in really, really poor condition, or they're super beat up, right? A lot of kids bought them and stuff like that, but this thing is in immaculate shape. I can't believe how good it looks. And I really do love this color. I never had a DSi. I never did. And quite honestly, I've always preferred the smaller screens. So like, the Game Boy Micro, for example, like, I love that thing. I genuinely enjoy playing on that super tiny little screen. So that's why I was never too partial to the 3DS XL, DSi XL. I just don't really need it. I like how much sharper it looks on the smaller screen. And I know it doesn't look too bad on those larger models. And, they've done something for that to kind of accommodate for making sure they don't look, too jaggy on those giant screens. But for the most part, I've always preferred the smaller Nintendo handhelds. And so the DSi, I love the form factor, and I love this color. Next up, let's go to another game. I think it's a game. I don't think this is a game. This is another kind of a random, really cool thing. Yeah, it was not thick enough to be a game here, so you can probably tell already what this is. This is a completely new PlayStation 2 memory card in the original plastic packaging. And it's, as far as I can tell, it's definitely an early iteration of the memory card being offered. The model number doesn't change here, but you would know because later variations of the memory card would have some sort of a signifier on it telling it that it's the color black, right? And so there's different memory cards, and they'll have the little card symbol somewhere on the packaging with all this blank space. But when there's nothing there, you know that early on when PS2 was only in black for the console and all of its accessories, DualShock 2, so on and so forth, that's how you know this is an early one, or at least I'm fairly certain. So if I'm wrong, somebody can correct me, but very cheap for what is a brand new in the packaging memory card. It's going to stay like this. Kind of goes into that PlayStation museum sort of thing that I was talking about, where I kind of want to have a nice showpiece of, brand new PlayStation hardware and accessories and things like that, all kind of displayed for appreciation and preservation purposes. Moving on, we've got something in this box, and I don't quite remember what it is exactly, but we're going to find out. Okay, so this is another thing where, like, the auction or the listing came with something that I didn't care too much about, and that would be this item, which is a new third-party memory card, memory expansion kit. I did not care about this. This is not what we're here for. What we are here for is this very rare controller, which it is a non-DualShock PlayStation 2 controller, brand new in the packaging. So very few people know that Sony made these. It's well known at this point that during the PlayStation 3 cycle early on, when Sony shipped and launched the PlayStation 3, they were still in a legal battle with the haptic feedback company Immersion, and that's why they could not include rumble in the DualShock 3, or the potential of having a DualShock 3. It came out as 6-axis, no rumble, and, well, some seem to forget that they had the DualShock 2 at the time as well, so they weren't really allowed to get away with that either. So that means they they started releasing these during that same time period, which is an analog controller, does not support vibration, little thing right there, if you can see that. And so there's really not a whole lot of these on eBay. So even more so, well, there's like plenty of loose ones, and of course they're all beat up and what have you, because I believe these came out cheaper versus the standard DualShock 2s. But to have one sealed, I'm so hyped for it, because yeah, these just don't really come up whatsoever. So about $100-something came with the extra thing. Actually, I think this was a make an offer type deal. I started watching it, and the seller sent me an offer. So it's always my eBay tip. If you're not super into the pricing they have, then watch it, even if they don't have make an offer, because they can still send one to you if they want to move the item. Let's move into, or let's get into a magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. I'd say we're about at the halfway point. I don't really know, I just want to look at these. So, this one, we've got, hey, EGM. Let's check out the headlines on this. We've got the Ultimate Combat Code revealed inside. Beyond Zero Tolerance, Street Fighter, Final Fight 3, Street Fighter Alpha. You know, Terrell might really like this, actually, because, well, you all know me, not much of a fighting game person, but I think he would actually really dig this issue. So I'm going to throw this his way and see if he gets a kick out of that. Let's move on to this box right here. And one of these I'm, like, giddy with excitement about, so really all of this stuff I get happy, even though this is such an expensive hobby. Really slowing down a bit. Alright, so here's our other very cool, interesting, and weird controller. And you'll notice Sony around this time had the same packaging, so it's always in these giant plastic blisters, but this is a PlayStation X themed DualShock 2. Now, many of you probably know what the PlayStation X is, which is a very bizarre PlayStation console. I say that because it's primarily a DVR, more or less, but that was Sony's first iteration of using the cross-media bar and offering a DVR in Japan with PlayStation 2 functionality. And it's interesting with the controller because this is a PSX branded controller. It's white. Also, the cord is a bit longer. But you know, if you look at a PSX, the packaging, it's very much like a Sony Electronic in terms of the packaging. It looks like it's a Blu-ray or a DVD player box. But, you know, they still sold separate DualShock 2s in the proper PlayStation packaging, because this is familiar to those that are looking to play PlayStation 2 on their PSX. So these are, I would say, I mean, obviously uncommon, right? It's not like these are a dime a dozen everywhere, but there's still a few on eBay if you're interested. And the Japanese version of all these controllers, they are like completely open. They'll usually have like a little sticker right there, but these were super cool because you don't have to like completely cut them off. Or at least, no, there's a little bit of a fold there, so I'd have to be a little bit careful opening this, but for the most part, you can get the controller out without damaging the plastic, which is super cool. Great to have it complete in box, because, again, it just looks so dope, and it's, again, capturing seriously cool moments in PlayStation history. Let's do another game here. This one has a nice piece of tape on the back, which is not going to play nice. So we've got Motor Tune Grand Prix for the original PlayStation. A very nice copy, although I think, no, wow, I would assume this is a very authentic or original jewel case, because you can see the compact disc, well, you could probably barely make that out, but the compact disc logo right there. Usually, you know, these are replaced if this is completely blank, so it's got some sort of aftermarket jewel case, which most folks don't care or don't notice, but at least this might imply that it's original to some degree, but you can still find ones with these logos. Okay, we're really we're really rambling here. The point is, this is Polyphony Digital's first game on the PlayStation, which I think a lot of people either don't know, or if you do, then you think this is kind of like a really cool thing, because it's so not what they do today, right, with Gran Turismo, and that's practically all they do is Gran Turismo. They are the Gran Turismo developer, but original PlayStation, Motor Tune, Grand Prix, always wanted this. There's also a sequel, so at some point I'm sure it'll show up in these videos, but really cool to have that one. Let's move on to some more boxes here. I am really curious as to where this one game is. Wow. This, I did not know it came in a box protector, but it did, which is cool, and I actually don't care too much if it's in the standard Saturn case PS1 long box, but that's the only way this game came, which is Theme Park. And this is something where you've got that big difference in long box versus standard jewel cases, because if you go for the standard jewel case version, it's like, I don't know, $15, $20. I think that's like the top end. I'm sure you could get it cheaper. But yeah, the long box version of this doesn't really come up that often at all. And this one, I forget, it was like $50, $60, and that seems to be what they go for when they pop up, which is not too frequent. But working on those long boxes, if there's a long box version, I'd prefer to have that one first. And so, great to have this. And I, of course, love simulators, city builders, management games, things like that. So I actually think this is also a great game to, at some point, jump into and check out, because never played Theme Park myself personally. It's got to be this one, so, or at least I certainly hope so. And, well, box is a little bit loose here. Gotta be a little careful. I think that's it. Interesting how they chose to do this. But we've got a CIB copy of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. I'm not going to front, really excited for this. And it looks like we've got a genuine copy of the game. Although I'm actually not too worried about that, because I do already have a copy, but it was something where I wanted the game complete in box. There we go, focus on that. Yeah, I really love this game. I'm not going to front. And yeah, buying more complete in box GBA. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I just kind of threw that out the window, especially because this was sort of a... I'm not going to lie, I deviated a bit here because I still want to work on the mainline series, and I'm still missing a fair amount where that's going to get very costly. But this was an opportunity. So it popped up for $250 something, I don't know. It was less than what most of the other ones are listed at, which was like $300, $350, and, you know, again, like a lower volume version, so there's not really a lot of these versus even mainline complete in box. You've got a few options there, even for old ones like red, blue, yellow. Pinball doesn't come up that often at all, and I'm not really a pinball person, but this is without a doubt my favorite pinball game I've ever played. I love it, and I still go back to it every so often. And this is a lovely, beautiful copy of the game. Loving the condition, and more so, I'm loving the price I pay for this. So, very, very happy to have this, and yeah, it was deviated from the main goal here, but very excited. I think I know what this should be, and it is. It is a very nice copy of Metal Gear Solid HD Collection for PlayStation Vita. Been meaning to get this for a bit, but quite honestly, I slowed down on the Vita collecting, obviously, because when it comes to Vita, very expensive, and I've already got most of the... It's weird, right? Because like the first year, 2 years of Vita, where, you know, that was like where console quality-esque stuff was still shipping on it, or in the case of this, you know, a lot of PS2 remasters going to Vita, and they don't even really run all that well, but that first 1 or 2 years, that's where, like, generally speaking, like, all the cheap stuff is, and I've got all that, right? So if I want anything else, you know, now I'm venturing into limited run prints, I'm venturing into PlayAsia stuff, and there's more things I can get, but yeah, when we're talking $50-something, you know, I'll do that once in a while for Vita, but a lot of stuff is still hanging around the 70-plus mark, which I'm still not totally down with. But I'm sure we'll do more of that stuff eventually, buy more Vita. And for our final Video Game History Foundation magazine. We've got, ooh, Nintendo Power. Is this our first Nintendo Power? I'm not entirely sure. But we've got the Chibi Robo. That's sweet. We've also got some previews down here for Splinter Cell 4, FIFA Street 2. Exciting. Oh, Pokemon Troze. Okay, this really dates this next to Animal Crossing and Chibi. Naruto. Cool stuff. 2005. Power Awards. Exercise your vote. Interesting. Special report, Metroid Prime Hunters. Okay, yeah, I like this. Very excited about the Nintendo Power as well. All around, yeah. I've maybe said it like 18 times now, but I am happy. All right, that is everything, and I love this color. Yeah, we're making good progress here, so not too many games, but more PlayStation accessories, rare, cool accessories in box. So working towards that, nice PlayStation collection, which will look so good once I can set it up properly. But until then, that's it. So thank you so much for watching. If you haven't just yet, please consider subscribing for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube and more unboxings like these. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. Yeah, so it's been like, what, 7-8 months since the last update. It's not like I wasn't buying games, but essentially, you buy a house and then it's like, oh, well, maybe I should maybe I should cool down on the whole buying video games thing. Because this is like what I would normally, pick up, like 10 to 15 games, a few big ones. But all this, it took like 7 months to get to where we are right now. So some of these have been sitting for a long time. But we'll always do the collection updates. It's just that it was that transitionary period of me obviously moving in, and I just needed house supplies, so been a little bit. But we're starting off with the Amazon Roulette, as I like to call it, because they send your games in just this, and so I'm always weary buying games from Amazon because they always show up demolished. But on sale is Persona 5 Royal for PlayStation 5. Didn't have it, not something where I need it right off the bat, right? It's not gonna pay full price for this when I've got like 13 versions of it already. So looking good. Obviously the disc is loose. That's pretty much a given, but Persona 5 Royal, $20, brand new, so figured why not grab it new for 20 instead of waiting to get it for like, what, 10 used. And PS5, I'm always a little bit weary because just the cases are pretty weak, as we also like to remind ourselves every once in a while, right? Those cases have sickle cell anemia. They just do not travel very well. But let's move on to this Play Asia game. So I've got a few new ones, nothing insane here, but this Play Asia one, I certainly remember what this is. It's there she is. Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters 1 through 6 collection. It does have a download code inside for original wallpaper. Oh. So this is going to be, it's going to have English on it from Play Asia, so this is pretty much the easy way to get this game. The crazy story behind this, for those that don't know, Square had pre-orders for the ESRB version on like a Sunday night at like 2, 3 in the morning EST. Now look, that's my prime time hours. I am like wide awake during that time, so I was able to be awake and secure one. I secured a PlayStation 4 version on Square site. Now that was a good play on my part, because it turns out they canceled the Chinese English version, physical for PS4, and they still kept the Switch version, which means I picked the right one. And it's so crazy because I also did I did that video where I was appraising my entire collection, and a lot of you saw that one of my rarest games, or easily my rarest game at the time that was like most valuable, was a sealed copy of Soul Silver on DS. In one fell swoop, this became my, jeez, yeah, I should just grab it. One fell swoop. This came out, resale market, $450, $500, something like that. Crazy, crazy stuff. So, a game released in what, 2023 on PlayStation 4, like that, beat a sealed copy of Soul Silver. Wasn't planning on that being the case, but at least at the time of recording, that is what's going on with that insane situation. Now we're getting a little kooky because I don't remember what a lot of this stuff is. And we do have magazines from the monthly from the Video Game History Foundation. I've got those. I didn't stop ordering, right? Like, because they just you keep it on a subscription. So I've got a ton of those. So we've got a lot to catch up on there. This one was a little tight, cutting it very close, but it is my very cheap Wii copy of Rockstar Table Tennis. This game is super fun. I played a lot of it on Xbox 360. I never ended up getting the Wii version. The Wii version always seemed to make so much sense to me because it is a table tennis game. And, you know, it's like dirt cheap, right? So, as most of you also saw during the collection video, it's just something where now you can easily see, like, what I'm working with. Primarily, I've got a lot of PlayStation. Would really like to start working on more of my Nintendo and occasionally Xbox. It's not a super high priority, but slowly working on all of those. Now this one is silly, but it's a very cheap, effective way to add a GameCube game to your collection, which is Outlaw Golf. And I'm not even gonna front, you know, this is a genuine, like, I wanted this purchase that I may eventually play at some point. The thing is, so I think there's only a disc version for PlayStation 2 and PAL territories. I don't care to collect those or pick those up or anything, so I'm like, oh great, so I'll just get the GameCube version. I remember playing Outlaw Volleyball because my uncle had it. He was into, you know, kind of weird, just, I don't know, sort of crude humor-based games like that. And as kind of silly as that game was, it was straight up fun and made me laugh when I was younger, so I figured, why not get the Outlaw Golf version of this game? It's totally lewd, and it's meant to be sort of like a, you know, just one of those sort of childish games, but something that I would see myself trying at some point. So, thank you for your purchase. And thank you for selling it to me. 40 winks on the original PlayStation. Now, you don't have to know anything about this game other than this awesome little quote they decided to pull out here. Move Over Mario from the Nintendo official magazine, the June 99 issue. And I saw this and I'm like, oh, it's on a PlayStation 1, well, technically the manual, but PS1 box art, you know, taking a quote out of the Nintendo official magazine. So I thought that was silly, you know, kind of a old school PS1 platformer, so always into those as well. I thought that's something that I got to try that out at some point. And I think we'll just knock this one out real quick. It says do not bend. Ironically, this is one of the most nicely packaged things for what is something that's very small. Box protector, we will be needing that in a second, so we'll just skirt that aside for now. Not sure if we're halfway, but let's check out a magazine from the Video Game History Foundation, which is just, you know, an old school video game magazine, so we'll see what we got waiting for us. These have been sitting for such a long time. Oh, Daddy, that is what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm so hyped. My voice cracked for this. Super Mario Kart, Nintendo Power. This might just be one of the best magazines we have gotten so far. What issue is this? This is volume 41, so, you know, definitely a low number. That's so cool. It's got a crease, it's got a little tear on it. You know, these are certainly loved from back in the day. But my God, that is such a good pull. Okay. It's fun because I didn't know I was getting that. So now I'll wait for the other one. We'll do that last. Do the last magazine. Now we've got another game here. Ooh, that was a clean tear. PSP, Beautiful Joe, Red Hot Rumble. This is from the era of me having to sell games to buy games. So I had this, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I still have my original save file on my Memory Stick Pro Duo, so I could just boot this up and play right where I left off, because I'm pretty sure I didn't finish the game either. But Red Hot Rumble. I should have actually went for a copy that didn't have a manual, because I think I kept all my PSP manuals. That was something I distinctly remember doing before I sold all my PSP games, was I kept the manuals. Because GameStop, you know, for them, doesn't matter. There's no discrepancy in values, even to this day, but back then more so. So it's kind of a good thing that I did that. Another Wii title, this would be Wario Land Shake It. So this kind of goes into, I guess, what's going to be the primary goal with collecting for a lot of the older Nintendo systems. It seems weird to say older, too, for that, by the way, but, you know, first-party IP, so Wario Land Shake It, figured this was something that was, I guess, on the more affordable end, right? Because especially for first-party GameCube titles, it's going to be a decent amount of money here and there for every type, for all those games, but that's not too bad. Let's work on with the box. I don't know which box is which, but I do know what's in each box. So, or what, you know, what I should be expecting in total out of both of these boxes, which are things that I said in like episode, what was it? 2, 3. It was one of the first times where we were doing the collection updates, and I'm like, yeah, I don't need to buy complete in box Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance games. I think I was a lion sack of shit back then, because I wanted, I just love them so much. Seeing them complete is, it gets me jazzed up downstairs. So we got 2 of them, so that means this was actually pretty cheap. Frogger 2 complete in box for the Game Boy Color. Now, little fun fact about your boy, and I've probably said this before, but I am a Frogger fan, and it's great being a Frogger fan. You know why? Because these games are not that expensive, so it really pays to be into Frogger. There we go, got them free. At least they package them nice. Frogger Adventures, Temple of the Frog. Temple of the Froggo, check that one out. Now this is where Frogger was cursed. So I'm not a huge fan of this era of Frogger where he was looking like this, but and I can't remember the price because it was a while ago, but I remember it was like, I don't know, 40 something, 50, maybe less. I mean, these were cheap games. So when we're talking complete in box GBA, Game Boy Color, and it's a franchise I actually do, care about and enjoy. I want to play these games. So for me, this is dope. Now we're just gonna dive right into this one. And I did buy this particular game very recent. I played this strategically. I knew I wasn't gonna film this in a long time, so I refrained from buying expensive games until I not only had enough stuff that was, worth filming, but I waited to drop the cash on a big game, and having a lot of stuff, that way if there was something wrong with this, I at least have the time to take care of it. I feel like this feels illegal almost. Well. WarioWare Twisted CIB, baby. One of those, not unusual, but different GBA games, right? So it uses the pack is thicker because it's got a shaking accelerometer functionality. So, because that's what the entire game is based around. So it comes with a slightly bigger box, and that's where if you want to get a box protector for this, you got to buy one specially made for it. So that's why this guy was like $3 something. But WarioWare Twisted, let's take a look at that cartridge. It's got a little bit of warping. I'm sure you can see that from just the light, but there's our manual. There's our cart. A little bit of extra bubbles there. So, I'm sure some of you might have seen this game before. You might be familiar. So there's the extra little pack where it's a thick boy. That's why it comes in a slightly larger box, but it's just so cool. Love the WarioWare games. I don't think I've met anyone that doesn't like them. Obviously they're super short, right? But they're just so ridiculous and quirky. And again, I've never met anybody that didn't like these games. And this one is just, it's great. I did have it too when I was a kid, but of course I didn't keep any of this junk, and I didn't keep the actual game either. But I figured why not jump on this one. So let's also get it in the box protector right away. Bam. All right, looking good, looking clean. And this wasn't even a bad condition copy. Again, there's just some slight warping, so the box is a little bit depressed on the front, which you could probably just put some stuffing inside the box and push it out a little bit further, or get a heat press or something, right? So that can usually fix up these, you know, older cardboard-based games. But the box protector always, in terms of improving the appearance, it just goes a long way. Oh, actually, you know what I did too? I already messed up. You don't want this flap to be front-facing, so you swap it. Make sure to do that with all the. Make sure to do that with the PS1 long box games as well. There you go. That looks a lot cleaner. All right. I'll find out what these are, but we're about to find out. Oh, another Wii game. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I remember what this is. Elebits from Konami. This was one of those titles where, and you know, I think for a lot of people, these games tend to live rent-free in your head. If you, like one of the first console cycles that you remember from the very start, right? So before the machine even ships and you're there for all the pre-release, the news, the rumors, and that first initial launch cycle where you've got the launch games, but also titles that are expected in the first 6 months to a year. Elebits was one of those games for the Wii, next to things like Red Steel, Excite Truck, and you know, obviously Zelda and this and that, but Elebits was one of those third-party games which, you know, it's like, oh, it's a unique title for the Wii, right? Not shipping on anything else. It's going to be using the napkin. Thank you for the going to be using the Wiimote, the motion, right? So you use a little zapper and you pick up all the little Elebits. I mean, I'm just assuming because this is one game I never got. So and I thought it looked cool. I just, you know, I ain't got any money. Till now, where I'm a grown adult and decided to pick it up to place it on my shelf, and then maybe someday I'll get to it. Alright, got this one free, my lord. Not even really much of a high value game, but another PS1 long box. This one is Jupiter Strike, so, you know, again, there's like maybe 20 to 30 PS1 long boxes that I'm looking at and still thinking about getting, and I say that for like in total, right? So I've already got like what, 9, 10 or something like that. So I've already got like a good portion of the PS1 long boxes that I'm even, you know, interested in. Because, you know, I've said before, but I'm not looking to buy games just to put them on a shelf. I'm just trying to be more mindful of like what looks good, what would I actually consider playing at some point, or, you know, in the short term, maybe I'm thinking about jumping into this stuff soon. So this one looked interesting to me. And that's another thing too. I'm trying to be very mindful of some of the, especially PS2, GameCube, Xbox era, right around that time. It's interesting. We're seeing a lot of publishers bring back some of these games with just, it doesn't matter if they like do a physical release or not, but they'll just like ship them digitally. But they're doing remasters for things that I didn't think were going to get remasters, like Grim Grimoire, right? Like that's just one example I can think of right off the top of my head. But you know, we actually are seeing some of these more what I guess maybe would have been kind of obscure, or at least the kind of titles that you think, yeah, we're not going to see a modern port of that. But sure enough, we are. So with that in mind, that's, you know, some of the stuff I'm thinking about. Like, oh, maybe they're not going to bring this thing back, so maybe I should pick up a copy, like 40 Winks, for example, and I don't expect Frogger to come back in any meaningful way for these particular games. Although, it would not shock me whatsoever if WarioWare Twisted came to NSO somewhat soon. I'm laying everything out, but I forgot to do our last magazine for the Video Game History Foundation, so let's take a look at this, and it is Tekken 3 from EGM. Oh my god, what a great PlayStation 1 game. I'm not even a fighting game fan, but out of all the fighters that I've been able to kind of vibe with, and one that I genuinely played, it is Tekken 3. Tekken 3 by far, actually. You know, I played a little bit of 2, mostly 3, and then I think, you know, between 5 on the PS2 and also the PSP port, that's about as much. Although I did get the platinum on, what, Tekken 6 and 7, but those are pretty straightforward. You can play those for like, you know, 15, 20 hours and walk away with probably less time, less time than that, less time than that for a platinum, my lord. But Tekken 3, good stuff there. All right, here is everything laid out, looking good, spicy, some might even say delicious. 3 complete in box Game Boy games that I'm now gonna, you know, casually do. So with these, I will admit, there's just no way financially I'm gonna pick up a ton of these. But there's kind of like the long box PS1 games. There's like maybe 20 to 30 that I've kind of jotted down where I'm like, I want to get those at some point, which will still be expensive because if they have the box right away, the value is boom, 100 plus easily for most games. But you know, sizable update here, nothing insane, but over time we will slowly start filling in these shelves where, like the console boxes, I don't even necessarily want those there, it's just to fill space. So we have a lot of room to, you know, over time do some of these collection updates, which won't be on the, what did I say before, every other month. I think we'll, you know, we'll do another one faster than the last time, right? Or this time, I should say, but we'll kind of work our way into this slowly, but got some decent stuff this time around. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you haven't just yet, please consider subscribing for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates that are here on YouTube. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mystic Ryan, and that is it. I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. So this one is going to be a little bit different. Not only do I have my standard eBay pickups that I buy, you know, occasionally, and some new stuff from Amazon, but I also have some pickups from a gaming convention that I went to back in June, which was Too Many Games. And that was my first gaming convention, oddly enough. My first full gaming convention. I've been to other events where there's some obvious nerd crossover like Comic-Cons and things like that, right? And there's always game vendors there, but this was the first time where it was, you know, strictly all video games. And it was really cool to finally go out there, but yeah, I set aside those purchases, and so we'll look at those first. Not really an unboxing situation, but I will show you those games. So why don't we do that first? And we also have our magazines from the Video Game History Foundation, so we'll look at that after, but yeah, Too Many Games, really cool. And I don't know why I never got around to going out there in years prior, because I'm kind of close to it, so I can always make the drive out there. I'll try and go every single year, but first two pickups, starting off with Gravity Rush and Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. I believe these were, and this is where it's going to be tough, because this was back in June, so I kind of forgot a lot of the prices for some of these. I think Gravity Rush was like 50 bucks. This was like 30, 40 if I'm not mistaken. What I do know and remember quite well, because the money is gone, is that I brought $1,000 cash thinking I'm not going to spend all of it unless I, you know, find some cool stuff that I want. Now, that was kind of, in hindsight, that was a bit naive, because that money was as good as gone. New Super Mario Brothers for DS, just a lot of common stuff on DS that I'm missing, so this is probably going to keep coming up every single month when we do these, but this was like $20, I think, $25. But yeah, I brought $1,000 cash. You want to bring cash to those events because cash is king. Those are vendors that are, you know, going to be willing to work with you on price. Here's another common one that I've been meaning to get, which is Final Fantasy VIII. And that's the thing, right? It was a really good opportunity to buy some common stuff, because at that point, not only are the sellers going to work with you, you can inspect the condition of these games immediately, like look at how clean and minty this FF8 is, but you're also not paying for, if you're doing straight cash, right, you're not going to be paying for the, you're not going to have tax right there, you're not going to have the shipping. So for a game like this and some of the common stuff, the shipping really adds up, right? And that's why, like, the way I've been doing it for a long time is like the expensive but easy way, just buying all that stuff on eBay. But a good time to grab common stuff. Here's Medieval. Medieval was, I think, in the $50, $45 range. I remember it was something where, you know, you see a price at the convention, just check on your phone real quick, sold listings on eBay, you know, what is it really going for? What's the fair market value? If the price is close enough, and again, the mindset has to change a bit, so you're not going to be paying for the shipping and all that. That's where I was picking up some of this common stuff, and also just if the price made sense. Gangs of London PSP, this was like $8 or something, right? So, you know, good opportunity for the shipping. Sony published game, which I'm always kind of on the lookout for. Another one we've got, actually very similar, The Getaway. So I just need a really good copy of this. I think the one I have is like really beat up. So the fact that I can inspect the games right then and there, and again, same deal, maybe like $10. So got that as well. But honestly, that's about it for the commons. Oh wait, we got one more, which is Blue Dragon on Xbox 360. I'm actually surprised I didn't have this. I had to double check the collection cataloging that I'm now doing, and I do not have this one, so grab this, which I really thought I had it, so I'm like almost, I feel like I did have it, and it got lost. I have no clue what's going on there, but now I have a new copy again. That was like $25-$30, which is again about what it goes for, but still working on the complete in box Game Boy Advance, and that's where the 1,000 cash is like, okay, that's what, you know, that that's what I'm foolishly on the hunt for. So got a few of those. First would be Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2. Very clean, beautiful looking copy, and the box protector right away. Now this was just so cool, right? Because there was a lot of complete in box Game Boy Advance. I probably would have bought more if your boy was really stacking it up big time, but 1,000 was about what I was willing to do for the entire trip, which again, I was like, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of it, but if I find cool stuff, like, yeah, the money's as good as gone. So I don't really know what I was thinking there. This was 90, 80, that one I don't remember exactly. This one I do know quite well, though, which is Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. This is my favorite Kirby game. And the thing is, like, it's not the best box art, I guess, if we want to really sort of like complain about something like that. There was also a copy of Amazing Mirror, and seeing that in person again, it's just like, oh god, that game looks so much better in terms of the art. But you know, you're looking for the games, the things that you can actually play. I already had this loose, but you know, it was I think $100, $110 or something. Pretty much everything that we've seen thus far, by the way. Unless it was like dirt cheap, I was like, hey, can you work on price? And so I was able to get most of these things a little bit lower. You can see some like slight little creasing and whatnot in the Dreamland there. All complete, by the way, for the Game Boy Advance games, right? So it's not just the box, it's the insert, the manual, and all that. This was kind of a last minute buy. So this was on the last day, Super Mario Land on the original Game Boy. It was like $60-something. This was after I already spent all the all the cash that I had, but you know, it was like maybe 15 minutes before the whole thing was wrapping up. Vendors were, you know, starting to put away product and things like that and making last minute sales, and I already had no cash left, but I looked at it and I was like, oh, do you take credit card? And he's like, yep. Boom, got it done. $60, I figured, why not? I don't even know if that was a good deal. That was like a super fast sort of like, why don't I just do it kind of thing, because it was cool to see. And also, it's a great game, even though it's like super short, right? And then this one is kind of like, so after the whole thing was wrapped up, we went to one of the local vendors, their actual store, like their real retail location, hanging out with Ant Dude, some of you might know, and he was recommending this. It was very cheap. Not the best copy. I think it's also, no, it does have the manual, but I think it's got some like moisture damage or something, but he's like, yo, you got to get this game. It's really good. It's really good. And so I bought it on his recommendation. I've not played it yet, but I will try to at some point. Now, the goal of too many games for me was not just trying to get out, have some fun, you know, check out some cool video games, spend some time with like John from Spawn Wave, or hanging out with Ant, and meeting some of you, which was really cool and awesome and always a pleasure. But I went there saying to myself, if I see a complete in box Emerald that I'm happy with on condition and price, it's getting done. So that was the bulk of the $1,000, right? Because you're probably thinking, okay, well, where's the rest of this money going? It was an Emerald. There was 3 copies there. The first 2, not looking all that great. The game goes for about $500, and that's where it can be less, more, depending on that condition. This is kind of like a non-starter for me. It's the Pokemon mainline series. I'm hunting all of them. I want them in very nice condition. Not doing sealed, but if I see a good Emerald, I'm buying it. And so that's where I ran into this puppy right here, which is now the most expensive video game I have ever purchased. For an eye-watering $520. It was listed at $550. Obviously, pulled the guy to the side, said, hey, can you work with me? How about straight $500? He was about to do $500, except he's like, yeah, but the acrylic case, because this is in not just a standard box protector, this is a straight up acrylic case, as you can see. And I've never had these. I've seen them on sale. I never felt like it was necessary to ever, go that extra mile, although for a high value game, I figured why not. But he was like, oh, it comes with the acrylic case. He's like, the acrylic case on its own is like $30-something. He's like, I can't let it go for $5. How about $520? Because you're getting the case with it. Unless I'll do $500 and I'd keep the acrylic case. I'm like, well, I'm not going to walk around with a bare emerald with no protection. So I was like, all right, $520. Price is obviously, ideally, I'd like to not have to spend that much money for video games. I achieved my goal, but I'm happy to have it because it looks. Get a closer look at this thing. It's just so beautiful. The only real damage is this corner right here, if you can see that, it's like a genuine tear in the box. It is complete, by the way. The second we did the transaction, just made sure to double check its compatibility on, made sure it was a genuine cart, playable, which funny enough, it actually, the cart wasn't starting, just the contactors were really dirty on that. But otherwise, it is a lovely copy of Emerald, and I'm happy to get this one done, I guess. Now, there's still more mainline original Pokemon games that I'm missing, including Crystal, so that game will eventually be breaking the record on how much money I spent on this, but it's something where I'm very happy with it. It does suck that these things can really cost a ton of money, but man, I just love holding this again and having it. And I actually have my original... manual, which I kept that. I sold my original cart, but you know what I do still have? Which this was from like the, when it came with a 10 when it came out for the first time. This is straight up, I just pulled this out of my drawer. This is my wallet, and I keep this in my wallet. I've kept this in my wallet since this game came out as just kind of a joke. But I have my original Pokemon VIP ID card from Emerald. Your boy ain't playing. This is my original one. It's so dirty, but that's my original handwriting, 20 years ago at this point. Point being, I always had the game, and I'm just happy to have an original copy back in my life. Alright, with that said, why don't we move on to some other video games. How's that look right there? We'll move on to... Well, actually, let's open up a magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. Oh my god, yes! Oh my god. WarioWare. Nintendo Power. This is amazing. This is perfect. Smooth Moves is my favorite WarioWare. So I am delighted to have this particular issue. Love it. Love the Wii generation so much. Just sucks shopping for Wii, because anytime you see Wii stuff in person, it's just a sea of shovelware. That's why you gotta use eBay for a lot of Wii stuff. That was really cool though. Let's check out some of the new games I've picked up recently, like the Amazon Roulette. So see if Amazon damaged these on the way here. New copy of Psychonauts 2. This has been on the hit list for a long time. It commonly goes on sale for like $45 or something, and I feel like once this game is gone, I don't want to stir the pot and say, oh, it's going to be super rare someday or this and that. That's not really what I'm looking to do anyway, but it's a matter of, if it does ever get to that, let me just grab it now, because I don't think it's going to get much lower than 40 unless they're really trying to liquidate their final, amount of these things on Amazon. But considering the game came out at 70, it, probably put a lot of people off initially, and so when it goes on sale for 40 occasionally, it's like, I really should just get this game done and over with. So now that I have it, I'm happy about that. Some more new stuff from Amazon. This was like 3 things all in a row here. So let's take a look. These have all been on the hit list. So Dredge, I didn't actually know a thing about this game until I was hanging out with Terrell one night, and he's just brought it up. He's like, hey, you heard about Dredge? And I have no idea. And we looked up gameplay, and I watched the gameplay for probably 45 seconds to a minute. And for me, as long as I see enough to where I'm sold. I'm like, oh, this looks like something I'd be super into. I'm like, all right, cut it. I don't want to see any more. This looks like it's totally up my alley. So picked up a copy of that. Soul Hackers 2, I think this was on sale for $20-something or whatever. It seemed like it was not going to get much lower for a brand new copy, which that's kind of the cutoff, right? Where it's like 15, 20 new, or do I want to wait years down the road and then buy 15, 20 used? But then I'm looking at used copies, so might as well buy it new. And then Let's Build a Zoo. I've been meaning to grab this one for a while too. Simulator, fun little, sprite-based, making a zoo, all that stuff. Love those simulators, so that was also on the hit list for a while as well. This one from Play Asia. This actually came in pretty quick for a game being ordered from Play Asia. Hey, Ghost Trick. So this has English on it. As far as I know right now, this is the only way to get Ghost Trick physical. I did not have the original DS game, never played the original game, quite frankly, up until I played the demo on PSN, which I was like, oh yeah, I like this a lot. So grab the physical there. And it's funny because you played the demo and you're like, oh, this was... you can see how, like, oh yeah, this is a DS game and it probably would be better played with a stylus, because I think that's the sentiment right now, is that while this is cool to have it back on Switch and PlayStation 4, the DS version is still probably the ideal way to play it. But it seemed like a really cool game. Really enjoyed the demo, so grabbed that as well. We have a import here that took a very long time to get here. In fact, I was still waiting for this during the last collection update. Hey, another Yu-Gi-Oh game. This one for the Game Boy Color. This, and this is what I always say, whatever I buy, 99 times out of 100, I'm looking to actually play that game. I'm not sure if I'd ever play this, but I thought it was just, the art was so cool because it very much goes back to that, the Battle City years of the Yu-Gi-Oh series, so I just love the Egyptian gods in the background. I love Kaiba being up front, and this is the 4th entry, and there's like multiple editions of this game. There's like a ton of these on Game Boy Color, which I believe this particular game never came to the West or anything, so I'm not sure if I'd ever play it. Obviously, I would need to be proficient enough in Japanese to even humor that idea in the first place, which I do intend on hopefully getting there someday, but be that as it may, for $20, I'm like, this would just be cool to display. So that's why I have that. Now, not really a massive buy in comparison to that thing right there, but this kind of goes into the too many games thing. So shout out to Tyler. It was nice meeting you at the convention, and he had pointed out that one of the vendors was selling Klonoa on Game Boy Advance, but they wanted like $200 or something, and then right then and there we're just like surfing eBay, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, you can probably get one for less than that, a lot less than that. So there it is, Klonoa, Empire of Dreams. I actually would have thought that this game would have been a lot more expensive, complete in box, mind you, but for $110, I think this was an accepted best offer. I'm like, yeah, all right, I can work with that. Crazy how many complete in box Game Boy games I've gotten in such a short amount of time. I really just kind of completely signed myself up for that. But I'm already like so happy with what I've got so far. So there's a few other games I'll probably get. Not looking to complete a set or anything like that outside of mainline Pokemon. This one is, I think this is the first time we've gotten this, Mega Play. This is a super old one. The Ultimate 16-bit sequel, Golden Age 2. Some of the headlines in there. We've got the Terminator, RoboCod, Troubleshooter, Shadow of the Beast, Toki. Super early stuff like this is before me, since I grew up with PlayStation 1 and up. And I did, kind of go backwards with my gaming, where PS1 was my first system, and I bought older platforms just because they were a bit more affordable at the time. But this would be cool to look through. So nice to have that. All right, that's everything. Mostly too many game stuff, but at least I got a very big mainline Pokemon done. I just love seeing that game so much. And other common PlayStation stuff, and yeah, I didn't have Gravity Rush and Vita, only had the PS4 remaster, but you know how this stuff goes. There's always things that we're looking to grab, and so I'll see you again in maybe 2 months or so for the next collection update. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all later. You take it easy. So this is going to be another one of those half and half situations, as in we'll do this stuff last, which is my standard online buys from Amazon, eBay. I've got a limited run one in here, Fangamer and all that, and our magazines from the Video Game History Foundation. But I also have some local pickups, which are not in a box, obviously, but they're big ticket items that I feel like we have to talk about, especially because with the amount of money that was spent, it's definitely getting roped into this collection update. So I, of course, have to keep indulging myself in what was, you know, I couldn't pass up these games. Complete in Box, Game Boy Advance, we are still rolling in this nonsense big time, or at least I am. So I've got Wario Land 4 here. I will note right away the cost counter. Everything that I picked up recently in person, this is something where I don't remember the individual items because it was all a bulk deal that we came to one final number. So I'll just sort of guesstimate per game. But Wario Land 4, complete in box. Then we've got both Golden Suns here. Both Golden Suns. That is what I'm talking about, baby. And that is why you're already getting an idea of like, okay, like let's try and work out a deal to grab all these all in one go. Especially because this was from a local game store in the Western New York area. I don't frequent these too often, but it was the one in Lockport called Toys from Low. He's always got some pretty cool inventory and a really nice guy as well. So who's kind enough to work out a deal on, you know, all these games. Minish Cap. Now, some of you might remember we did that one video with my best friend Terrell Smith, lovely man, and he was able to, well, I mean, I did that thing where I gave him $300 and I said, hey, just go buy me games and that'll be like content. And it was something where not only did he do an absolutely fantastic job at like knowing my tastes and what I want, but the big item in there was he bought a loose Minish Cap. And now that I'm into Complete in Box Game Boy Advance, it's like, oh, well, I got to get that at some point. So the game is in here, as in that's what he was offering and selling. He wasn't going to, like, separate the games, essentially. So I do technically have 2 copies. I actually took Terrell's copy that he bought me, threw that in here, and then I just have the other loose one, because I'm not going to get rid of the copy that Terrell gave me. But it's nice to have the box and manual, and that's all complete. Then we also have Super Mario Bros. Deluxe Game Boy Color, and I hope you're noticing just how unbelievably minty a lot of these games are. They do have their standard sort of like edgeware, as you can see, but I mean in terms of front facing, which I'm going to take these out of the containers later to give you a better shot of just how nice these are, but my god, I can't believe how good some of these look. This is probably the worst one in terms of condition, which is Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins, which I had already gotten the first one at Too Many Games, so I'm glad to now have both of these. And yeah, this one's probably the worst just because of that little edgeware right there, but I'm telling you, these 6 Game Boy Advance games, this is what we came to a deal on, and so the total was about $655. Now, in terms of market value and what the games are actually worth, that's about even. So it wasn't necessarily a deal, but the thing is, when you're talking cash, and I would instead buy these games individually from eBay or something, which I've typically been doing, you know, that's how the cost counter, which I share because I know people are nosy about that stuff, but that's how the cost counter gets so high so quickly. That always includes taxes and shipping. Those 2 items alone always really runs this stuff up. So to actually get true market value on what is games that are in such good condition, which I'll probably just overlay some B-roll showing you like how clean these games look outside of the box protectors. I just cannot believe how clean they are, and so it just made too much sense to grab them all right then and there, not buying them individually and paying for the taxes and shipping and all that. So really happy to work out a deal with, again, Toys from Low. That's out in Lockport. That's one of our local game stores, which I don't frequent too often, but considering that's the kind of money I spent on that last visit, maybe it's a good thing I'm not always going over there, or our other local stores, which we have a few options, but really not that many. But now we can get into some of the other online buys, the actual unboxing goodness that we love to do on this channel. So the Amazon ones, I guess we'll just knock these out real quick, because these were just things that, again, I don't try to buy from Amazon often, but if they have like a good deal, I'm not going to pass up on it. I'll sort of risk the possibility that it doesn't show up in good condition. But we'll start off with, hey, the Gray Hill Incidents. So it's looking pretty good there, right? Gray Hill Incident was $25, I think, and it is pretty silly. Didn't really review well, but something like this, I don't know, it just kind of drew my attention immediately. I think it is one of those games where, despite reviews and how, like, sort of janky it looks janky in a good, fun way, and that is absolutely why I had to grab the physical for this bad boy right here. And we may or may not be using this game for a certain video that people are really looking forward to, that I sometimes film during October, that I've only done twice thus far. I might use it for that. I don't necessarily know for sure just yet. And I am filming this a bit early. By the time you're watching this, I should say. Next is Synth Riders Remastered Edition, PlayStation VR 2. So this will be my first genuine on-disc PSVR 2 game. I'd like to grab most of the PSVR 2 games that are on disc. I have some that are on pre-order, and considering these are really far and few between, I feel like I should probably be picking up some of these, even the ones that maybe don't speak to me or grab me that much in terms of the attention or how much I want to play the game, but I just feel there's almost an obligation to pick up a lot of the PSVR 2 games that are getting printed on disc, since, yeah, it seems like it's very far and few between for that headset, unfortunately. It's a lot different compared to PSVR 2. Times are certainly a-changing. But moving on to our next Amazon purchase. This was part of a buy two, get one, I believe, or buy one, get one free that Amazon was running. So yeah, this one came in separately. Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line. The other one I couldn't include here because it was like I had ordered other items, obviously, and based on fulfillment where those games are located at Amazon's warehouse centers, they sent like a giant box for, you know, things that I had gotten, like a large item, and then like tucked inside was the other game I got, which was Forspoken on PS5, which I felt that was a good time to get it because I was basically getting Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line for free, essentially. Or I'll just add that value of like cut in half for what the game really was out of pocket, so to speak. But you know what? This I wasn't really like planning on getting, if I'm being honest. And I don't know why I wasn't planning on getting it, because I love the music and I love rhythm games and I like Final Fantasy. I feel like this would be a no-brainer for me, but I don't know. I just wasn't really like dying to buy it, but considering that was like a deal, why not? Let's do a magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. See what we got going on in here. We've had some good luck with this stuff recently. All right, we've got Computer Gaming World, EverQuest, Shadows of Lukeland, plus PlanetSide, Sony's stunning online shooter. Oh my god, PlanetSide. It's been a long time since I heard that. Well, I can admit right away that maybe our luck ran out on this particular issue. Not much of a PC person, if it wasn't obvious. I do play games on PC occasionally, although it's very infrequent. Case in point, I'll even play simulators and management sim games on console, although that speaks more to my obsession with trophies than anything else, I think. But let's move on to Forever Physical, good old limited run. I can't even remember what the hell this is, if I'm being even more honest than I was before. I see a PS5 label. What was it? Oh, it was Shantae. Alright, so I think that completes my Shantae collection on PlayStation 5. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's all of them finally being fulfilled. That's the thing with limited run. You place an order and God knows when it's going to get to you, but it will eventually show up at some point. So Shantae looks really nice, actually. And I feel like I am one of the oddball people out that are, going for this full set on PlayStation 5, no less. Seems like most people are always picking up the Switch version of this, but still really cool to have this on PS5, I think, considering it seems like the lesser version. Or, again, the one that's not being sold nearly as much. I don't recall what this is. So now we're getting into the fun, I forgot what this is territory. It's a PlayStation 3 game? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this was kind of like a why not sort of thing. And I don't know what it is. I'm seeing so many more of these lately, and I'm fairly certain that Sony was offloading a lot of these because it's, again, one of those employee games, and because it's a sealed game, but it has the UPC punched out, so it can't be returned. for the value of the game. They want you to take these as the games for free. So this was likely part of some sort of like free liquidation handout at Sony. I'm not sure if it was recent, but that's likely where this came from, or it could have been a sort of in-store employee royalty program thing or something like that. But typically these are always like SIE handouts, and it was like, yeah, I think for the counter it was like $15 something, like brand new. I have the big box for Volume 2 on PlayStation 3, which is the purple box art, and that's the big box that'll include the microphone, so I really only need the case, because the cool thing you can do with these games, even with PS2 discs on PlayStation 3, I just full out said deck, and we're going to leave that in there because there's really no way to get around that. What you can do is swap those discs in PlayStation 3, and you can pick one game to play off of, but swap the discs and access the tracks. You can even do that for the PS2 games. It'll just read the songs more or less off of that. Moving on to our next title here, the Fangamer one. I think this is... Well, I don't know why I would say it before we even actually open it. Ooh! This looks so goddamn sexy. Tunic on PlayStation 4. Let me tell you something. When this game came out, my God, was I like, this is right up my alley. And so it's, again, one of those things where you just wait for the physical to come out. That is a pretty interesting thing about buying physical games nowadays, is that we do have a lot of disc prints for, some of these smaller scale indie titles or games that are just approached a little bit differently, even if they do have a publisher, this and that. But they're always launching on PSN first, and you you have to wait for the disc at this point. But I'm fine with that, especially because this is such a nice one with that reflective cover. And it is only on PlayStation 4, by the way, in terms of the physical print. So that's why it says PS5 upgrade available. Otherwise, I would have bought a PS5 disc if they were doing that, and now it's one of those things where I kind of hope they don't, because then it's like, well, I don't necessarily need Tunic on PS4 and PS5, because I can just play the disc off this and get the PS5 upgrade. But if I want to be antsy about it, then I would be wanting the cover to say PS5. All right, we are going off the rails here, as we like to do. I mean, is there even a point in having rails at this point, right? Just kind of let this thing go where it feels where it's most natural. Ha ha ha! Of course. I can't not, right? Mario Tennis Power Shot for the Game Boy Advance. Pretty clean looking box, and I'll tell you what, the price was really good. You want to know why? Because your boy did something he doesn't normally do, which is he bid on this. It was an auction, and yeah, nobody bid. I just took a shot at it, because at the time I was like, I'm not looking to spend like $60-something on this, or 80, 90, whatever the hell it's going for. But essentially I did see a listing where it was an auction, and I put in a bid, and I was the only bidder, which that's the few times, those are like the few moments where I, for some reason, decide to bid on eBay, is when I have a sneaking suspicion that I might get away with being the only bidder, and if I get outbid, then I just like give up. But yeah, John from Spawnwave was informing me that this is more of like an RPG, essentially, given that the studio behind it did Golden Sun, so it's very much got that sort of Golden Sun flavor with the way it's approached, and I'm like, oh, that sounds right up my alley. Like, for a tennis game, I'm in. Now, next up, or rather our final game here, in a pretty sizable box. Oh yeah, I forgot about this too. iPet, sealed on PlayStation Portable. This was also very inexpensive, like $25-something, I think, and considering it comes with the camera, so it's a more or less brand new, new old stock camera for the PlayStation Portable. The second version of the camera, there is a different one that's all silver that has a slightly higher resolution that you can set it to for recording and things like that. But I figured, why not? Another Sony published property that's kind of like one of my soft goals, is eventually getting every like Sony published game. And iPad is certainly part of that history. Now, our final magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. Yeah, I'd say this is a good one. So, PlayStation Magazine, Rumble Roses and WWE SmackDown versus Raw. Of course, Rumble Roses is right up front here. So, I remember this game quite well. Big surprise. But I remember the 360 one a lot. So, this will be interesting. The new PS2, what it will and won't do. Only in PSM, Prince of Persia. Some other headlines here. Star Ocean, Monster Hunter, Underground 2. Yeah, well, obviously we're thrilled to see anything PlayStation Magazine, and gee whiz, what a thirsty one to get. All right, here is everything laid out, son, and it doesn't look like much, but it does look like a very intense dopamine hit, and folks, I am high as a kite right now. Very pleased to have both Golden Suns, Wario Land 4, and also completing a Minish Cap with the copy Terrell got me, so always nice to have some kind of sentimental value you can apply to at least, you know, something that's clearly after the fact. It's not my original copy or anything, but I'll also take any Mario games. I'm just, I love that. So those games alongside some occasional modern pickups, I think we made out pretty good on this one, so thank you so much for watching, as always, and I will see you all in my next one. You take it easy. Well, that didn't take very long, but she already bounced out of here, so sorry, but you got a little bit of Melissa. Anyway, let's get to it. I got a lot of new stuff, to be honest, like new recent releases, as you can tell from the limited run stuff or Fangamer. A lot of these were pre-orders, to be honest, so something where kind of slowed down on the game buying, at least in terms of like super old stuff, although we have some interesting things that I think you'll enjoy. But yeah, a lot of these were just simply pre-orders, things I had already paid for a long time ago. Because right now I'm really slowing down on the game buying. Not going super crazy, but still just picking things up casually, and that's why a lot of this stuff is new. But you know how that goes, right? Life priorities get in the way, and right now what's primarily gotten in the way is me buying more Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Me and Terrell. So Terrell got really into the TCG again in like a really big way, and he's like, you got to buy the cards again, because you know I don't want to duel myself. And we both grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh, so now I'm buying cards with him. We're building decks. First up, World of Horror right here. I always love when they give us little stickers from Fangamer. But yeah, World of Horror. This is such a very cool game. I have the PlayStation 4 version already. I think I did open that and put it on the shelf, or maybe it is in here. Don't remember exactly. But Fangamer, I got it. I got World of Horror directly from them. This is such a cool game, by the way. If you've not seen World of Horror, it's like a 1-bit sort of. It's kind of got like a dithering-esque to it, a dithering like filter to the entire game. But it's so cool looking with just the sort of presentation. And it's always sort of baffling the kind of stuff some studios will come up with in terms of how a game artistically looks. And it's just so, I don't know, you have to watch the trailer, I think, to really get a sense of what this game's trying to lay down there. But it's a very unique looking game, and I cannot wait to set some time aside to play that. But that was ordered a while ago. As for the rest of the limited run stuff, we'll dive into this one. Yeah, we're playing more Yu-Gi-Oh! Not really doing anything meta relevant, you know, since me and Terrell are kind of, since we grew up with it, we're not like sort of boomers with the game, but we're trying to like ease our way into it with the synchros, pendulums, Xyz, links, and things like that. But we're not, you know, we're kind of taking our time with it. But we've been building a lot of decks. Anyway, the Jurassic Park collection. Picked this up, our boy MVG, modern vintage gamer over there at Limited Run with the Carbon engine. Had to go pick this up for my boy, and I cannot wait to check out what they've done with these classics. And I always love these compilations anyway. It's such a beautiful thing to see all these you know, really old games compiled on, well, we saw a bunch of them on really a lot of platforms, but PlayStation 5, which it's getting to that point, you know, we've had a lot of physical video game news lately about, you know, it not doing all that well. So there's a lot of conversation surrounding the idea that, you know, we might be going into a generation where, or the next upcoming generation, I should say, so PlayStation 6, the next Xbox, that maybe we will not have optical discs anymore, because it really stops at the platform holders. The second they don't offer a disc drive, it really doesn't matter. We're not going to get physical games anymore from those platforms. So we've got Persona 3 here, Persona 3 Portable, which apparently Limited Run is saying it's only going to be through them this time around, so not going to be something where you can get it from Best Buy or whatever after the fact when they sometimes partner with other retailers. So, of course, had to get this as well, which, by the way, as I'm filming this, like Persona 3 Reload just came out, which I will be holding off on that since I'm more than certain we're just going to see a Persona 3 different subtitled game where they then throw in all the stuff that FES and Portable eventually added. But principally, this is still portable from the PSP. Anyway, back to the physical video game news. Well, never mind, because the tape on this was already broken, and I believe this one actually, okay, a lot of complaints for Limited Run because people have to wait such a long time to eventually get their games, but there we go. Got the Night in the Woods card there. Yeah, this is one waited a very, very long time for. Generally, the wait does not bother me, and this didn't really bother me either, but if we're talking about having to wait a long time for Limited Run releases, then my God, Night in the Woods, this one was definitely over a year. I've seen a lot of people say, like, oh, I hate ordering and that takes a year, but I feel like the longest I've had to wait for a Limited Run order was like eight or 9 months. But that one was certainly over a year. There was like some hang-ups with that game, and obviously the studio, there's a whole different can of worms going on there. We were apparently going to get a new, I forget what it was called, a new sort of game with the same art style, same looking cat. But that was canceled. This one is from PlayAsia. And we've got, if I can get it open. Oh, yeah, so I did have the, I thought I did open it before. I guess I didn't. World of Horror on PlayStation 4 as well. It's very infrequent that I double dip on Switch and PlayStation 4. But again, this game just looks so goddamn dope. I'm like, I gotta get it on both platforms. Especially because some games feel right at home on Switch. Some would argue that a lot of the indies feel right at home on Switch. Indies, or even if they're backed by a big publisher, they just look a certain way. People tend to associate that term with those types of games. Love these stickers, by the way. I always love collecting stickers. But yeah, that's one where I'm like, I got to get it on both Switch and PlayStation 5. Now, the Amazon orders, I can't say I'm too enthusiastic about how these showed up, but typically what I've been doing lately is I'll just sort of hold the outside of the package, and if I can just feel that there's no broken corners, then I'll save the Amazon package for these filmings. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. Waited a very long time to try and get this for not full price. The lowest I've seen it go is like $45 at the time. I think it's been lower since then to like $35, I think. But I finally jumped on it at $45, I think, because I was starting to get a little worried that, like, are we seeing like 1 or 2 initial prints of this game and that's it? Because just recently, I've noticed that some copies of the Switch release are selling on eBay. I think they're actually selling for like $60, $70, like they're going up, with people not realizing that it is technically still available. At least, again, the last time I checked, so don't go too crazy when you see this uploaded and you go run to get yourself a copy or something. But in terms of availability, they should still be, up. Although it depends on the retailer, and I think that's why some people are getting a little confused. Because people are noticing that, like, Amazon, the one place people go to right away, like, if it's not on Amazon, then they go, oh no, is it gone? Like, no, I think it's still in GameStop. I think it's still at Best Buy. Anyway, Eternites, PlayStation 5. This one kind of came and went. I didn't even realize that it came out. Or rather, the physical print, because I think there was some time delta between when it shipped on PSN versus the physical retail release, which is becoming a very common trend nowadays, is that I usually have to wait for the disc now, at least for smaller games. Big AAA publisher, they're usually doing day and date at retail, but it really is kind of funny how that's turned around, right? Is that now if you want a physical print, you're going to either be spending more money or you're going to be waiting eventually for the disc to hit retail. Next game we got going on here, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. This was kind of an unusual one. This was one of those things where, like, I think it was Wario64, it's usually him where he puts this stuff up, and it was just so random. Like, it just popped up, 13 something bucks, $15. It was not a lot of money, but it was like a new listing on eBay, and I thought, well, why don't I go for it, see if I get a, you know, new Black Label actually shipped to me. That's what it appeared as though that was what was going to show up, and so yeah, got this one. Still, you know, occasionally buying for PlayStation 3, even though that's the one platform that I feel I've got pretty good coverage on. But you'll see I think it's one of these boxes. Actually, we've done a lot so far. Let's check out our magazine from the Video Game History Foundation, our monthly magazine. Let's see if we get a cool classic one. I'll take an early thousands like Game Informer one too. Oh, EGM. We got our boy Blasto on the front cover. 1,000 greatest tricks, cheats, passwords, codes, and more. Certainly something you're not going to see in today's climate of video games where cheat codes aren't really a thing anymore. Although debug menus are still just as fun, but very cool to see that. We've also got Street Fighter 3, Marvel vs. Capcom, Diablo. It looks like it's just a big issue for cheats and things like that. So pretty cool to have that in print, even though I could easily just probably see that stuff on GameFAQs. All right, I think it's this one for the very cool, interesting PlayStation 3 game, which I more than likely had to use that as the YouTube title and thumbnail. We have to have some kind of hook nowadays for videos, so sorry I lured you in with that one. Now Melissa has returned to walk all over the debris, because I do not ever have to buy this cat any sort of play toys, because the best toy for her is trash. Oh, look at that. They gave me midday specialty coffee drip bags. So this came from South America, and that's actually really interesting. That's cool. I like coffee too. Look at that. I don't think we're ever going to see something like that show up on these, but hey, I don't know. You want to see me unbox more useless shit? I've been buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You want to see me open those? Probably not though, because I need those to deliver Terrell a can of whoop ass. We have a phone call from my mother. Hang on, folks. All right. Anyway, back to video games. We have a very unusual PlayStation 3 game that I'm quite certain a large majority of you probably have never seen before, although those PS3 faithfuls, I'm sure you do know what this is. This is the Next Level, brand new. This is, now as far as I understand it, it was only ever available in South America, and this is one of the few, or dare I say one of the only ways you can get on disc, I believe, a full pain game, alongside Wipeout HD. Yeah, full game, advanced stereoscopic 3D technology. Same with Super Stardust. It's only a demo for Pacific Rift. And it says download these free stereoscopic 3D games and demos. It says demos, so I'm curious as to which one or which two are the demos. Because I don't have this, right? I've never actually used this before or put it into a PlayStation 3. It was always kind of on my radar, but they don't show up very often. Obviously, it's a little pricey if you want to get one of these things. But it's something where to have those digital games printed on disc, you know, with the impending eventuality of the PlayStation Store on PS3 or Vita, you know, at some point closing, I can't picture they're going to stay up forever, but wanted to grab this. And I hate that I'm displaying it here because I know that's going to do something to that market for these things, but just throwing it out there that this is a very cool thing that I've been meaning to grab for a long time, so I was happy to get this, because again, I in terms of availability, I believe it was only in South America, but the games are still printed in English, so not really sure what's going on there, but I'll be interested to dive into that and check out what's going on with that bad boy. Anyway, moving on to our next game. I'm struggling to remember what the remaining things in here are. Always a little cautious cutting the top of these boxes when they're like that. A good shipper would cover the top of it. Oh, that was very close. Look at that. Fantavision 2020X for PlayStation VR 2. This is a PSVR 2 game that was only available from a pre-order on this like I don't even remember the website. I've never actually ordered from them before, but they had the pre-order for this, and I think it was only limited to 1,000 copies. But definitely keeping my eye out for PSVR 2 games that are printed on disc. Very far and few between with those games, so happy to have that. Also a PSVR 2 launch title, so it was actually cool to see that game get a physical print. And Fanavision, as a PlayStation IP, I think that's the only Sony game that's got a PSVR 2 print. Also, never package or ship your games like this where it's right up against the game around all corners. That means anything hitting the corner going to damage it. I do not ever enjoy seeing games shipped like this, but this one seemed to show up in good shape. If I can get it free here. More in theme with what I mentioned with the 3D logo and demo disc game. We've got iCreate. It is indeed a game, well, an application that was printed on disc. And here it is. These are a lot cheaper. So you can find a handful of these. They were only available in, I think, there's 2 or 3 different printings, I think. But this one is from, I want to say Europe, but there's no rating for the game, so I don't remember exactly, but either way, something where I wanted to get iCreate on disc as well, because it's something where it's only available on the PlayStation Network on PlayStation 3. Alright, we got 2 more things to look at here. Here it is, all the way from Japan. A Japanese copy of Pokemon Heart Gold for the 3DS in box. Of course, I had to go for in box. Now, I know what you're thinking. Come on, Ryan, what are you doing here? You're going for a mainline Pokemon set in NTSC. You're still missing a few games there. They're very expensive. What are you doing grabbing Japanese copies of games that you already have in English? Now, I'm not going for a Japanese set. I will confirm this right now. But it's something where I'm trying to get more playtime in on Japanese games, working on my own personal Japanese, my reading comprehension, and it's just something where I wanted to play this in Japanese. So that's why I only went for this particular copy. Now, I actually have Silver, Crystal, Gold in Japanese. I have Ruby in Japanese. And those were things that I just kind of grabbed haphazardly. I wasn't necessarily, again, going for a full set. But in terms of what I want it to play, I want to play this. So I will be playing that, or I will be playing this periodically throughout the coming days, weeks, however long it takes me to get through. Because it is in Japanese, it's going to take me 3, 4, 5 times as longer than it typically would. But happy to jump in. And of course, even though I want to play it, I had to get the complete box because it's sexy, is it not? All right. Final game here. Final game. Final new game from our good old corporate overlords at Amazon. With their usually easy-to-rip packaging. We have my PSVR 2 copy of The Last Worker, which also was a somewhat recent release. Very well-received PSVR 2 game. Well-received VR game in general that got a PSVR 2 version. And it is on disc, which you know that gets me really jazzed up. All right, there is everything laid out, and we are very heavy this time around on modern PlayStation and not much else. I mean, I don't consider PS3 old, but we've got 3 there. DS, the oldest thing here. Did I mention World of Horror was Japanese? I feel like I didn't say that before. That is something where the PS4 version had a physical print only in Japan. I'm pretty sure that was the case. And the English is either on the disc or you can download it from PSN. Not playing that one in Japanese, or at least I don't intend to. Okay, but that's, I think we covered everything. So, yeah, just not really buying a whole lot of retro right now. I don't know, I'm sure I'll get around to it maybe later this year. I'm more than certain that will happen. I just can't promise when we'll do another one of these. But, yeah, just buying a lot of cards, so booster boxes, ripping packs, actually building decks and stuff, which has been a lot of fun. So I'm not sure when you'll see another one of these, but I'm sure we will do it again at some point. But until then, that is it. So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. Now, a lot of you probably remember from the previous collection update video where I explained why I'm not buying nearly as many games nowadays, which is mostly a twofold problem. Number one, sometimes you have to be a responsible adult and not go crazy on frivolous spending, which is something I've always kept in check, but it's a matter of like right now I don't feel super motivated to go out and buy expensive games or even fill out the collection with certain things that I'm missing. I'm sure I'll get fired up to do it eventually again. That's why it's been so long for one of these uploads, but I'm just not really there right now. And the other angle to this is that, as I've said before, me and my friend Terrell got back into the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG in a very big way. We were always Yu-Gi-Oh! Kids growing up, but we're getting back into it, 20 years later, so it's been a lot of catching up with, just buying singles and packs and ripping and having fun, building decks. We're playing more like mid-tier casual style. We're team APSing it basically, if you know what that means. So that's where a lot of like any extra spending, it's been going towards that, and that's also what I've been doing a lot of as well. So game buying has taken more of a backseat, but I do have some like newer releases, and of course I do have some pickups from Too Many Games, the game convention in Oaks, Pennsylvania, which was this was my second year going. Always a great time to go to any gaming convention because I love that environment so much. I just love being around games and those that enjoy games, and so not only was it great to see my mutuals again from the Spawncast and hang out with them, but also chatting with all of you. So if you did stop and talk with me, I always love that so much. So it was super cool to talk with some of you and hear about what you're buying and things like that. But anyway, getting to the actual pickups portion, I'm sorry this is taking so long. I did go there with the mindset of, well, I'm playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see if they've got cards. Not a lot of options. Shocker, I know. It is something where, like, in terms of, like, the secondhand market, a lot of stores and sellers, like, the money's in Magic or Pokemon, but there was some Yu-Gi-Oh! I found a DDS Blue Eyes. There was this one shop in the back called Pro Play Games that had mostly Magic and Pokemon, but day two, after I saw these guys at the Hilton Hotel in the lobby playing Edison format Yu-Gi-Oh! And I yelled at them, I'm like, you guys aren't even selling any Yu-Gi-Oh! But they were super cool about it. They were even joking once they found out I had a channel. They're like, oh, you got to give us a shout out. Like, all right, whatever, guys. There's your shout out, because I did end up buying things from them because on day two, they did have some booster boxes. So for those that know Yu-Gi-Oh, I'll just show these real quick. We won't spend too much time on this, but I bought 2 boxes of Terminal Revenge. This is one of the newer sets that came out. No, I did not pull the QCR Chase card, which is the Dragon Master Magia. That's like a $500-$600 card. Did 2 boxes, figured why not. Didn't get anything. Picked up a box of Brothers of Legend. It was super cheap. Just, why not? Again, pretty much anything, because I've been out of it for 20 years. Like, anything to rip and open is fun for me in the moment. Which, the other angle is, like, rarity collection, too. So it's like, there's been some consternation surrounding this particular set in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. But for me, considering I still have a ton of cards that I'm not missing, that being like staples, meta staples, it was great to pick up 3 boxes of this, and pretty much everything I got out of there is usable. But the one really surprising thing, I did a box of this, which is Battles of Legend Crystal Revenge, which has a number of Starlight Chase cards. The Starlights are like the pull ratio. You don't even have to be into Yu-Gi-Oh! To like understand this. The pull ratio is like 1 out of every, like, I think a case to 2 cases. So between 12 to 24 boxes, you'll get a Starlight rare. So that's, a decent chunk of change to try and chase a certain QCR, or not a QCR, a certain Starlight. I actually got a Starlight off of that one box, which is this beautiful Yatagarasu. Now, I was even teasing it, right? Because I saw like the foiling on the side when I was opening packs, and I was doing it with Terrell, and so I like teased it and saw the effect portion where I'm like, oh, it's an effect monster. It could be the Head of Exodia, which would be like a $250 card, but it ended up being Yatagarasu. Still a very cool card, and you don't even have to know Yu-Gi-Oh! To understand this bitch is shining. Look at that Starlight rare. These things are hot, son. I was very excited to see that off of just a single box of Brothers of Legend Crystal Revenge, so I thought that was super cool. Anyway, the actual games though. Now, you'll be a little disappointed to know I only bought 2 games, but they're big heavy hitters in my books. That's always what I'm looking for when I go to in-person events, and I can just wheel and deal cash, not have to worry about taxes, shipping, and I can see it right there in front of me. So, a lot of you know the big thing I've been chasing for a long time is a complete in-box mainline set of Pokemon. And so your boy did knock one off the list. That is Pokemon Special Pikachu Edition. It has a list price of $350. Funny story about how this one was picked up. Not even funny, more or less. It's just something where I approached this one seller because I was, surfing through the entire event looking for the CIB Pokemon games and just sorting through my options before making a decision. Came across this one guy. He had like 4 or 5 complete in-box Pokemon games, and I basically approached right as a deal was seemingly about to go down. One guy approached the seller and he's like, all right, so how about this, that he's rattling off all the CIB Pokemon games. So the seller's, you know, sort of typing it into his phone, calculating, and he's like, okay, the whole thing would come out to about $2,450, $2,450. And this guy with a straight face said, would you take $1,400? And of course that's not going to go anywhere. So the guy immediately is like, no, I can't, no way I can do that. Oh, how about 16? Like, okay, this deal's fucking dead. I don't know what this guy's doing, wasting his time. So he walks away, and then that was an opportune time, because then I approached and I said, okay, would you like a real offer? And I know bullshit said that. I was like, would you like a real offer? I want the special Pikachu edition. This was the cleanest one that they had out of the entire convention center. So I said, how about $320 basically, because it's a list price of $350. And he was like, well, how about a coin flip? So $330 for him, $320 to me if I win. Landed, called tails or something. So I won the coin flip basically. I saved $10, got Pokemon Special Pikachu edition. Ooh, tripping over my words, people. The point is, got another one down. So I am only missing Fire Red, Blue, and Blue and Red, that's it. Blue, Red, Fire Red. 3 mainline CIB games left. They're expensive, but working towards it slowly, and got another one off the list. The other kind of bigger game that I got was Mario Kart 64 for the Nintendo 64, complete in box. Now, some people might know, some eagle-eyed listeners might remember, and I've said this before, I have a hard cutoff on the kind of games that I collect for, or the kind of platforms I collect for, I should say. So I'm sure I've said this before, but it's like, I don't collect for N64. There's a bunch of, older cartridge-based retro consoles that I just straight up say, nope, I'm just not going for it. Why do I have this game? Because this one particular game means a lot to me. It's my favorite Mario Kart game. I've played probably easily thousands of hours of this game. There was one summer, I forget which summer it was, either 2009 or 2010, but me and Terrell, man, we just those super late summer nights as a kid, and it's like middle of July, middle of August, and his house would be like super hot. I go there like every single day basically, but his house was super hot, no AC, got a fan running, and we're just like race after race on this game, man. Like, it was just like, those memories live rent-free in my head. You don't realize how good you have it until those moments are behind you, but it's something where I just had to have this game complete in box, and just have it as more of a display piece or something, just for the novelty of it. It's the kind of game where whenever a time comes that I sell all of this, right, this one is not going. It's staying with me for probably forever or something, or maybe passing it down, or whatever the case is, but had to have that as well. Now, in terms of something very generous that people don't have to do, but Varang, who's a viewer of the Spawncast, this was during the signing portion, but he approached us, and I think he gave everybody something, but what he gave me was Frogger, or Frogger's Adventures, Temple of the Froggo, for $10 there. The price was on there. Very nice of him. He did not have to do that whatsoever, so if you're watching, that was very kind of you. And what I will say right now, Varang, I didn't want to say this right to your face, but I do have this, which is disappointing, especially because it showed up in a separate collection update. I don't remember what episode it was, but I did actually buy it and show it on camera. So I have a copy. But I'll also tell you right now, I'm never getting rid of this because you gave it to me, and that was very thoughtful of you. You did not have to do that. So, and it was more heartwarming knowing that you remembered that I liked the Frogger games, basically. Like, this was very much a buy where it's like, Ryan, I know you like the Frogger games. How about a CIB Game Boy Advance game? So that was very, very kind of you, and I just thought that was super cool. But I do have to admit, I have it, but that one's not going anywhere. Also, shout out to Danger Zone, who knew about my Yu-Gi-Oh habits lately, and they bought me one of those gotcha packages where you rip it and you get a figure or something. So I pulled the Red Eyes Black Dragon there, so that's super cool. Neat little keychain. So got that guy too. All right, sorry that took really long to get to the actual unboxing portion. You guys know I use the timestamps. Just jump ahead if you want to be a selfish little piggy and watch the cracking open of these packages here. So I'll tell you, this one probably last because I am fairly certain I know what that is. But yeah, I think these are new pickups. I don't know if there's any used games in here. So let's see what we got going on. We'll tear this one. Should be super easy. And we've got, yes, my pre-ordered copy of As Dusk Falls. Serenity Forge. So that pre-order went up a while ago as well. Now, I'll admit, this is something where it's getting into the territory of not quite regret or buyer's remorse, but I think I just need to start being a bit more mindful on when I pre-order from limited print companies or the kind of digital games that are eventually going to get a physical print, because there are these circumstances where oftentimes you have to pre-order it right then and there because that's the only way the game is going to be made available. But depending on the publisher or just the circumstance that is going to be in place for that particular game and IP, sometimes they also go to retail as well. This has been happening a lot lately with limited run. So oftentimes when people complain about, oh, LRG and the shipping price is insane, which no doubt it is, but a lot of those games end up, you know, appearing like at Best Buy as a partner, and you can pick it up and avoid the shipping costs. And so it's like, I think that's the case with As Dusk Falls. I think it's like on Amazon and things like that. So it's like I could have probably waited on this and not spent the full $50 when I pre-ordered it. But besides that point, it is a very interesting, unique game. I always love these sort of narrative style titles, and I love the actual presentation and the art style with the sort of keyframed characters moving in and things like that, almost like a sort of comic book style way of storytelling. But I was always drawn to this title, and then when it eventually came to PlayStation 5 with a disc print, you know I'm going to be all over that bish. All right, we've got one from VGP here. Let's see what we got going on from VGP. Probably something that I was waiting on for a long time. Shenmue 1 and 2 with the double-sided poster inside. Yeah, you can tell I was waiting a long time to get this one. I don't know what made me jump at it. It was probably because it was a reprint that was announced and it was semi-affordable, but I've really been meaning to get into the Shenmue franchise. This is one that I've never had the chance to really sit down and put some serious time into, so happy to finally have that and add it to the collection. Hi, Melissa. Have you finally decided to come out and join us for a discussion? It's because I put trash on the ground. That's why. We're going to have to really thread the needle on this one here. Oh yeah, this is my Strictly, limited Strictly game, or whatever the hell these people are called. Limited rare games, okay. Looks like I did not get the FOMO variant, so for those that keep up with this limited games publisher, they usually like to shit post on Twitter and things like that, and there's usually a very small window to pre-order these games, and I'll admit it is one of those things where like I buy into it. I'll always say like I buy games I want to play, so this is not typically something I would do, but they always have this short window and you never know what the game's going to be, which is always kind of a fun thing to humor in the moment. So this one was Death Park. Never heard of the game, never played it. I'm not even really so sure it's good. It's 561 megs for the minimum storage and it's printed on a Blu-ray. It's just, you know, it's definitely a novelty kind of thing. But the point is, there was a separate box art variant, so there was a chance you'd get the other one. Looks like I didn't get it. It's supposed to be like a basically a grayscale version of this cover art. But yeah, got that one, and I just learned that I did not get the one that you apparently want to try and land. Who loves gacha games? It's great to gachify everything in our existence. I say that with extreme sarcasm. All right, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Wow, I'll tell you, I'll be honest, I was sitting on this for such a long time, I genuinely forgot I ordered this. Yeah, this falls in the category of something that I've just been meaning to get, and it only took until, I would assume I paid like $20 for this or something. It's been a long time. Yeah, that's like always like, that's my price. Like $20 if it's like a new release, why not get it at 20? Don't risk it trying to get it lower, because then, you know, there's the argument that would I rather have it 20 new or miss the window where it's the lowest possible price new, and then I have to buy it used for 20 or used for 15 or whatever, and then I'm dealing with like a broken case and things like that. All right, let's actually do our magazine from the Video Game History Foundation. This one I've been sitting on for a long time as well. Nintendo Power Final Fantasy III. Now this is a great issue to get. Always loved getting any Nintendo Power, but for a game like Final Fantasy III, that is excellent. An epic for the ages on Nintendo DS. So this is definitely a later print. This would be October 2006, 2008. So yeah, this would be yeah, Mystery Dungeon. Now I'm starting to see all this stuff. Yeah, we previews for Call of Duty and Trauma Center. Oh, Trauma Center. That's a Wii game I gotta get as well. Always great getting some Nintendo powers. Really, I'll take any era of Nintendo power. I think that's I think I speak for a lot of people with that. All right, moving on to this next big boy here. Now, some of you might even recognize what this box is supposed to be, because a lot of us were waiting on this game. A lot of us. There she is. Baldur's Gate 3. Very big box, multi-disc, PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 version had a number of problems in production, which Larian was very good about, sending out various emails letting people know, hey, there's an issue with the production pipeline, we gotta wait, got pushed further and further back. That's fine, it's here now. A very recent patches on the disc, or the discs, I should say. And yeah, I mean, this game's right up my alley, but you know, it's kind of in the same veins as Elden Ring, which also had the DLC drop recently. So at least by the time I finally play that game, it's going to be fairly, you know, content complete, despite no trophies on that DLC. But either way, it's similar to that game where it's the kind of game where I know I'm going to love it, right? I love FromSoft games. I'll put easily 100 plus hours into it. Same for this. So I have no clue when I'll be able to actually open this and play this game, but I'm just happy that that sort of patience that I have, which really wasn't even a matter of me having, it wasn't a hard wait to do, because I know I'm not going to have time to play this anytime coming up, but just knowing that the patience finally got me the disc print, I'll always take that. And that also kind of plays into a pre-order that I know I have, and that is Alan Wake 2, because your boy was for sure waiting on that one. Okay, we had to wait for everything else to unbox this last part, so let's do this box right here. Got a card there. Logan's Pokeship. Thank you for supporting. You are welcome. 4 boxes. So I thought I'd actually save this for the collection update proper, and that's mostly because I didn't have a ton to show this time around, but acrylic case for our new pickup of Pokemon Yellow Special Pikachu Edition. This is probably a topic I've gone over before as well, which is, I mean, you gotta have the box protectors for any sort of game platform that has their games in like cardboard, basically. And normally I'm fine with the standard the standard plastic casing, right? But when it comes to mainline Pokemon, that's where I was like, all right, I think I will go for the overkill approach of the acrylic cases, which if it weren't for that Emerald pickup, which came with the acrylic case, that was from last year's Too Many Games. If it wasn't for that, and I now had an acrylic case and realized how nice it was, and also it's got a that extra UV layer, and I like having windows open and things like that, the shades up. I like having natural light come in, so just being a bit mindful of the kind of games that are the most expensive and I want to hold and cherish for a long time. I figured, you know what, these are probably the one time where it's worth getting the acrylic cases. So got these for, well, I got one for the Special Pikachu Edition, and now I've also got additional ones as well for the remaining titles that I outlined before that I need to go pick up. So got 3 extra ones coming for, well, I've got 3 here now for when I eventually do pick up Fire Red, Red, and Blue as well. And this was off camera basically, but I already got the, I ordered like 8 others for the other games that I already had on hand, basically. So now everything is topped off in acrylic, and I think it looks amazing when it's put in these things. It really does look fantastic. There is all of our recent pickups laid out, and yeah, it's not a ton after 5 months, but it is something where I'll say it's been a relief not buying nearly as much when, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! At least it's very affordable. If you're only playing common super rares and you're not touching anything meta, then you're going to come in way under versus the retro game market. So in a way, it's been a little relieving to take a bit of a break there, but I'm sure the itch will come back at some point. I just don't know when. But kind of been feeling PS1 stuff lately, and that can get pretty pricey, so I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'm sure it will come back at some point, and we'll do one of these at some point. I just don't know when. But with that said, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all in my next video. You take it easy. So yes, we finally have enough games to go over, because like I said during the last collection update, if you remember, I said I'm playing a lot more of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG now, which means my sort of extra spending, the discretionary budget I give myself for a lot of these hobbies, it's getting split between that now with game collecting. So slowed down a little bit, but we've still got a lot here, because not only is this all, like, a lot of it's the new stuff from, like, limited run games, which, you know, that you pay for this how long ago, so now it feels free, basically, or just, you know, cheap sale stuff on Amazon, but also came back from Retro Game Con in Syracuse from a few weeks ago. Always a lovely time going there. So we'll start with some pickups from that convention, which we've got a lot of, you know, lower end stuff, which this is always what I like about going to game conventions. It's always fun to do that chase, right? You're looking for that big game that you want to see in person, make sure it's complete and authentic, and, you know, try to haggle, maybe get a good deal, maybe trade towards it or something. But I really enjoy getting the lower end stuff, because if I need those games for videos, which happens quite often, you know, after taxes and shipping on eBay on a game-by-game basis, like, even if it's a $10 game, I might end up spending $15. So I could easily be spending 20 to 50% more for a lot of low-end games, and that adds up a lot. So it's great having a list of games, and I can knock them all out, and these are titles people are ready to get rid of as quickly as they possibly can. Having said that, we've got a bunch here. So ESPN Winter Games Snowboarding. And we've also got X Squad. We've also got Unreal Tournament, which is not in great shape, and that is something where I tried to find really nice, clean black labels. DOA 2 Hardcore, Eternal Ring, Wild Wild Racing, Smuggler's Run, Ridge Racer 5, Armored Core 2. You've got MotoGP. This one also kind of a beat up, not so good looking copy. Time Splitters. Then you've got Ratchet Deadlocked and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the beginning of Destiny, because of course I am also picking up a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, as I've been throughout, what is this, episode 15? And at this point, I certainly am trying to, like, I guess, buy all Yu-Gi-Oh! Games that were ever made. So I've already got a decent amount. Now, a few things you might notice from this pile is that 2 of these games are not like the others. And then also, maybe the least surprising thing, they're nice, clean black labels. That's after I restored them, so some of these looked a lot worse up until I brought them home, took off the stickers, and in some cases I did have to replace the case that they came with, but you will notice that these are all PlayStation 2 launch titles, because most of them are fairly inexpensive. I would like to add all these to the collection, and moreover, I would clearly need these for video at some point that I may or may not be spoiling right now, although it's not going to be too surprising given that we might have done that before for other PlayStation platforms. But it was fun going for these, right? Because the thing about the PS2 launch titles is the case that they came with, right? Because they're not going to be your standard memory card cases. This is an authentic PlayStation 2 case from launch day, where the initial launch titles for PlayStation 2 came with this more generic looking, no memory card holder, no PlayStation branding case for the games there. So it was actually kind of cool to, like, go through all these different vendors and look at the spines, and then, oh, there's one, they've got 2 copies of Time Splitters, pull it out. Oh no, wait, they swapped it out. Oh wait, what about this copy? This one's got the genuine case. Same for, like, you know, Buzz stuff like this, MotoGP, and again, Armored Core. This one might actually be a little bit more expensive versus the others. To be honest, I'm actually not entirely sure how I'm going to edit this in post, because I really don't remember on a game-by-game basis what I paid for these, and I know that's something we do with the value counter. I may have to just put, like, generic, like, flat numbers on these. I know it was not a lot of money, but some of them were, like, definitely basically market price, maybe right under, and it would be cash. So we're not rolling into tax just yet on any of these titles, but yeah, it's just this is a great way to grab all this stuff. And so you might see me and somebody else explore these titles at a certain point. And a little tangent here too. I'm still like, it drives me nuts. I forgot to mention those PS2 launch cases in the one conversation we did going over every PlayStation like case and box art that's been available, or certain niche variants and things like that. I actually completely overlooked that there's the launch cases as well, that like that's a thing. You can look out for that now if you ever want PS2 launch games where there is a particular case they came with, and then you'll know right away if they were changed or swapped out or something. But having said that, we've got all those from Retro Game Con, which, by the way, had a lovely time. Always amazing seeing people there, saying hi, chit-chatting. You're all so lovely. And this year was even more wonderful because the convention operators gave me a little booth. I was on the brochure, and we did some panels, and it was just a great time. And so if I did get the chance to talk with you, it was amazing. Thank you so much. It's always a humbling experience. I can never put it into words how much that shit means to me, truly. Now, having said that, I guess we got to get to this portion where it's like, Tyler, you didn't have to just hand me a copy of Super Stardust Ultra VR for free. Now, I know it's like a $10, $15 game, but you didn't have to do that. I feel very weird and awkward when things are just given to me. That's why, like, I never want to open up a P.O. box or anything like that. I don't necessarily want handouts or free things. But that was very kind of you. Of course, you all know Super Stardust Stan over here, one of my favorite PlayStation Network games ever. The game did get a physical print in Europe, and so now we've got that in the collection, which I am very happy about. I also have to mention, I believe I hope I remember your name. It should be Ryan, right? Working at Unplugged Gaming, who really took care of us, because me and Terrell were there, and we played more Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays, so he was just really cool and just really appreciate that. I would be showing you like cards, but that's not really what we're here to do. We're here to talk about video games. Having said that, let's move on to some more games. Here's something really cool, which might get a kick out of this. The PlayStation 1 mouse. I have never seen one complete in box this nice in person. So get a look at this crispy bad boy. I mean, it is, not the greatest box in the world, but it's the cleanest one I've ever seen. And not just the box, it is pretty much complete. We'll be a little bit careful here. Thread the needle on that. I mean, what's also really impressive is the mouse pad as well. You can get a look at that. It's pretty clean. It's basically unused. And so the mouse is in there as well. Am I going to pull it out? I'll just give you a brief look at the contents of that package. Of course, I love going for PlayStation accessories as well. More things that I can add to my PlayStation museum, because there's not a whole lot that I'm like missing. I've got the PS2 keyboard, I've got the PS2 mouse, which basically came from a Linux set, but my mouse variant is from like when they were giving them out to universities or something like that. So, but this was just, it's super cool, right? This, $80, by the way. I do remember that quite well, because when I heard what the seller was asking, I'm like, yeah, if it's there, because I saw it on Friday. I'm like, if it's still there tomorrow, it's getting copped. So there's that. And then I only have 3 other pickups. The issue is I didn't get my chase. My chase being that, and you all know, complete in-box Pokemon games, I am almost done, folks. I'm only missing Fire Red, Blue, and Red. So 2 Game Boy games, I should say, and then Fire Red on Game Boy Advance. And those have like multiple variants, which I still haven't really decided between Blue and Red which variant I want to do. Maybe like a first print, which will command a slightly higher price. My Leaf Green, I've already decided on. I'm getting the one because my Leaf Green is the copy where it has the wireless adapter with it. So that means I would like my Fire Red to be a wireless adapter one. And because I'm only missing 3 games, they weren't there this year. I just could not find a copy or a clean enough copy, because I would like those games to be really, really clean. So I did not find my chase. Having said that, I did get 3 other things. So more Yu-Gi-Oh! This one's World Championship 2008, so great to get that. I really don't buy DS games too often. I'd love to buy more DS stuff. That and 3DS as well, which might be up next once I feel a little bit more comfortable with what I'm still doing with Game Boy Advance, which is complete in-box Game Boy Advance games. So I've got Super Mario Advance 2 here. I've already got 1 and 4, so now I need 3. So I got that. And then, hey, look at that. Oh, what a big surprise, this guy out here. Another Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. This one's World Championship Tournament 2004. Now, here's the thing, though, folks. most people know, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh games, they always came with promo cards. A lot of the older games, almost always on the secondhand market, you're not going to get the promo cards. They're gone. They're swindled. They were stolen, taken from the original owner, and maybe sent off to PSA. I mean, if it's a Dark Duel Stories with the blue eyes, then you know that's what's going on there. However, this actually came with the cards. I was very surprised about that. They weren't like sealed or anything. Those will usually come in like a silver promo pack or something. But I can probably just get them out real quick for you since they're right there. Look at that, promo cards. I actually got them. These like this old prismatic secret rarity. So they were already taken out, put in penny sleeves, and they were just right there in the game. And there was even like a little I mean, the seller knew that they were in there because he had a little post-it note saying on the game, like, oh, it includes promos. I'm like, wow. And they're not asking for a ton extra, mostly because these cards are like, whatever. They're not exactly super valuable, but I just thought that was neat. I'm like, wow, that's the first time I've ever seen a Yu-Gi-Oh game, like an older one, like GBA or something, like in the wild, and they still came with the promos, basically. Not too common of a thing. All right, let's move on to some of our new pickups, new games. I do have two that was a pickup from Best Buy. So 1, Tomb Raider 1 through 3, remastered. It's cool actually that right around the time the physical actually shipped and came out and then picked up, they already announced 4 through 6. So that's actually pretty sweet. I mean, the original 3 PS1 games, these are kind of like where you want to be with the Tomb Raider franchise. I know some are super nostalgic for 4 and 6, and quite frankly, I haven't spent a lot of time with those games, so maybe they aren't nearly as bad as I remember them to be, but it's still cool that we've got those games ported over. I'll always advocate for old games coming back. And then, this is what patience gets us, folks. Look at that. Alan Wake 2. I get to hold it in my hand. It's a physical object that I can rub and salivate and stare at. And, if you're wild enough, you might actually play the damn thing, which I do want to play. Here's the problem, though. So we finally got our Alan Wake 2 physical on disc. Some of the a lot of the content should be on there, I believe, but the problem is the expansion. Either way, I get scared, dude. And I don't know where I ran into this. Maybe it was like a thread or something, but everyone's like, yeah, man, Alan Wake 2 had just way too many jump scares. And I'm like, I like tension. I can appreciate like building tension, and maybe there's like no actual jump scare towards the end, but a game that can really set an uneven, like an uneasy ambiance. I love that stuff. But when it's just like multiple jump scares, that's where I'm like, damn it. I'll still get to it. It's a great game, obviously, from what I've heard. But it's great that we have Alan Wake 2 now physically. All good things come to those who wait, folks. And in this 2024 environment, you're pretty much always doing that now for a lot of Alan Wake 2 is definitely an outlier. It's a very big, traditional single-player game from an established publisher that did choose initially to not print the game on disc. So that was rather unusual. Otherwise, though, a lot of the smaller stuff on PSN, you will have to wait for that. Okay, enough rambling. Let's move on to some packages here. I don't remember what a lot of these are, because now they're sitting for much longer than they used to. Although I think one of these showed up somewhat recently. Yes, Cat Quest 3. Now, you all know I like me some Cat Quest. Played 1 and 2 during 30 Platinums Part 2 and 3. So, if we do another 30 Platinums, I think that's where this would show up. Not a guarantee. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Who knows what the list of games will be for another 30 Platinums, if I ever do another 30 Platinums. I just have to leave that there for now. But Cat Quest is like such a fun game, and I love how, unironically, everybody else also loves the game, and now it's got like 2 sequels. All right, more Amazon. They do have pull tabs on this guy, don't they? Thank God. Pull tabs that never work. My copy of Metal Gear Solid Volume 1, the collection. Yeah, this is just something where it was always going to be picked up. Just wait for a sale. So I think it was like $20. Easy said, easy done. It is good that that game apparently is in much better shape nowadays. That was the issue when it initially came out. So I believe many patches has cleaned up that game. A loose disc copy of High on Life, Game of the Year Squanch Games. You know what's funny? I actually had to double check because it's been so long since I, one, ordered these games, and then two, even well beyond ordering them and them finally showing up, it was sitting for a while too. So it's like I definitely did not even remember, excuse me, if I ordered High on Life. So I had to check my account on LRG. I'm like, did I even get this? Because now copies are showing up to people delivered. Ah, my copy of Raid Lum, or whatever. So the funny thing with this is another one of those, what's their name? Limited Rare Games, the shitpost company, basically, where they feed into FOMO and they do, really dumb variants and things like that, and they try to get you to buy multiple copies, and they just, they do what they do over on Twitter. What they did with this game, one, I believe this is delisted on PSN. So, like, this actually is your only way to play whatever the hell this is. This is one of the few times where I'm like, you know what? I see what you guys are doing. I'm picking up what you're laying down. I will buy into these games, even though I don't even know what they are. They're probably bad, and I've never even wanted them. But I will buy into your FOMO, and I'll at least buy one game. Before was, what was it, Demon Pit. The other one was 88 Antarctica. And then I don't have their first two or three, which those are the ones that are like crazy expensive nowadays. But this one, they partnered up with Wada, I think, and they did like 8, I don't know how many copies there are out there or whatever. I think there's 12 copies where they're like completely fucking destroyed, and so they're Wada like 0.5 editions or 1.5, like that's their grade because they're all just beat up and terrible or burned and whatever the case is. So they did like 12 of those, and you just like got it. It's like a lottery. You just order the game. You either get a standard copy or you get a cursed copy. Or there's like, I think 60 something copies of like ones that are like a different art, and also it's like a good grade. Like they didn't mess with the game. They didn't destroy the game purposely or anything like that. Which, look, I mean, I'm not into graded games or anything like that, but I thought, that's silly. That's kind of fun. So it'd be cool if I like got one of those. That'd probably be the only way I'd ever somehow come into a graded game. But it would appear as though that was, well, I knew that right away because like when I got it in the mail, I'm like, oh, clearly this isn't graded. So that's my standard copy of Ready Lum. No clue how you say it. Next up, we have my copy of Rugrats Adventures in Gameland. When I saw the initial gameplay for this, I'm like, yep, that is right down my alley. That was the easiest purchase I've probably ever made in my entire life. I'll tell you, I mean, I'm a 90s kid growing up with those early Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon cartoons, so I'm just... Yeah, that was an easy get. I had no problem whatsoever doing that. Also, you may have noticed I don't have any of the Video Game History Foundation magazines right now. I did turn off that subscription for a little bit because we piled up too much on the magazines, and then I forgot to re-up, and so now I'm out of them. So we will have to skip that portion. But we do have more LRG games. This one, oh, Pentiment. Yeah, this has been sitting for a long time. Good lord. Yeah, I ordered Pentiment like forever ago, and it's been sitting delivered for forever ago, so this is a very unique circumstance. I am holding an Xbox Game Studios title that they then shipped over, and we've been discussing this throughout many episodes of LTPS, which is Microsoft's business and what they've done a complete U-turn with that company, and so it's a very weird thing nowadays that we are seeing more games ship on PlayStation, and we're getting them physically as well. Let's move on to this guy right here. This is actually a weird box. Well, I basically destroyed that. That was a very weird box. Oh, that's weird how they shipped it like that. All right, Minecraft PlayStation VR mode included. Kind of a thing going on here where the game is going to get updated, getting native PS5 version. I believe that's already live on PSN. The PS4 edition, though, they are discontinuing PlayStation VR support. And because Minecraft is an ever-living game, basically, an everlasting game, I should say, evergreen, that's what I'm looking for. An evergreen game that sees various content updates and patches. The not supporting PlayStation VR anymore means that for the PlayStation 4 version of the game, they have to remove it, right? Because if you're no longer going to support the VR mode in that game, and you still want it to be a PS4 title ID'd native game, one launcher on PlayStation 4, you can't update the game and then you can't leave PSVR in there essentially, unless you create a separate legacy snapshot of the game, and that's either in that launcher or they do a separate launcher and they like release it on PlayStation Network as a separate, snapshot version of the game, which they're clearly not going to do. The long and short of it is, if you own the game digitally, come I think March of next year, when that update goes live, your game's going to lose PSVR 1 essentially. Now, we have no idea if they're going to include PSVR 2 in the PlayStation 5 native version. I'm not sure how motivated the company is to do that. They are Microsoft owned, so despite like the whole Pentiment thing, it's just kind of a weird, expectation that, I wouldn't expect them to eventually offer PSVR 2. But the the roundabout conversation here is that we are getting to a point where if you want Minecraft PlayStation 4 with VR, then this is an installable offline version with PlayStation VR. This is the snapshot you need if you want VR with Minecraft on PlayStation, mind you. So that I picked. That's why I got this. Otherwise, I'm sure you're probably looking at that going, "Why are you picking up Minecraft?" Which I've already got physical on like 2-3 different times basically. All right, that was kind of long-winded, but I hope I got my point across there. Let's go into our final box, which I am certain is also more LRG games. This might be multiple LRG titles. That's one. They might have more. No, it's one. Yeah, because sometimes like if you order multiple games in one go, they'll hold them for you until they ship them all. But no, we got Felix the Cat. I love Felix. It was cool that this also got a physical print as well. And I'm also just a cat guy. I mean, if you like cats, if you like Felix, yeah, that's the best of both worlds. I really can't. There's no other way to explain it. I had to get that. All right, folks, that is mostly everything laid out. We kind of can't put it all out there with the launch PS2 titles, but that's what I've been up to lately, and I'm pretty satisfied. I'm satisfied given that because I'm splitting the money with like the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, that I'm still able to slowly work and add on the game collection, which it's also a great excuse when some of these are for videos, and then it's like, ooh, now I gotta buy video games. Well, I have to, right? I gotta buy video games. It's an amazing privilege, I'll tell you that much, even though I'm still straight up spending money on games. But that's what we got going on. I don't know when we'll do another one of these. It may very well be a long time until that happens, because I'm still, quite frankly, addicted to children's cardboard. But just know that I'm still around buying video games. It just might take a little bit longer. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next video. You take it easy.